Well, pleasant good morning and welcome to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, Trinidad and Tobago for the start of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's Under 23 Tournament 2025 edition. Today in this encounter, we have the Central Southwest Flamingos coming up against the East Northeast Scarlet Ibis. And just to let our viewers know, there's also a match going on simultaneously at the Gilbert Park location in California. That match is between the Southeast Hummingbirds versus the North Tobago Masqueraders. I am Keshav Bahadur Singh, and alongside me, I'd like to welcome Mr. Dylan Sharma in the commentary booth for the game today. Dylan, what are your thoughts on how the weather, first of all, has held up today given the rain that we had yesterday?
Morning, Keshav. Morning, everyone. And well, the weather is definitely something that is to be looked at here this morning. Started off very nice and bright and sunny. Bit chilly in the morning, as have grown accustomed to at this time of year, but
I'm sure you have no problem with the cold, as we know.
do quite like that early morning temperature. Actually came outside early to just take it in a bit. And well, great conditions here today. Had quite a bit of rain yesterday.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that chilly temperatures in the morning, in fact, there was some extended morning dew just around the surface, hence the reason we are having a bit of a delayed start. The scheduled start was supposed to be at 9:30 a.m. and umpires just decided to have a further inspection closer to 10 a.m. and decided that it was fit and ready for play. So as you can see, the lovely green outfield we have at the National Cricket Centre, we just like to run through the lineups of both of the teams. So the Central Southwest Flamingos captain Rajiv Ramnath, Aaron Banki the vice captain and wicket keeper, Kyle Balraj, Justin Manik, Anil Pittiram, Narad Kyle Kisundath, Lemuel Matthews, Amrit Das, Ranastar Pereira, Ryan Bandu and Shiva Sankar. And the three players not in the starting 11 today: Brandon Phillip, Mikhail Sinanan and Kevin Kanhai. In terms of the East-Northeast Scarlet Ibis, Captain Andrew Rambaran, Vice Captain Sion Hackett, Christian Mangra, Rondell Ramlogan, Giovanni Ramdeni, Leonardo Julian, Anderson Mahes, Ricky Ragunanan, Samir Ali, Shazad Mohammed and Ravinder Ramlal. The 12th man, Aravinder Singh. And just to note that Leonardo Julian is replacing Viran Bachu, who is not present in the squad today. The coach for the Central Southwest Flamingos, Mr. Ishwar Ramnath, and the coach for the East Northeast Scarlet Ibis, Mr. Mikkel Williams. So at the toss, the Flamingos decided to have a field first, and I think that was going to be the general decision for whichever team won the toss, given the fact that there was a bit of extra moisture around the ground as well as on the pitch itself. And most notably, this surface, in fact, is the first time that it's going to be used in a match setting. And we are just listening to some of the comments from the opening ceremony. And basically, the players were encouraged to go out there and do their best with bat, ball and field, given the fact that the cricket board has certainly invested a lot in terms of the preparation of the pitch, as well as you can see the lush green outfield, a 30-yard circle with improved grass and drainage around the area. So it's definitely going to be an exciting encounter. And Dylan, I'm sure as you would have been looking on at cricket around the world, we hope that we might see some more runs being scored today than we saw in that test match between West Indies and Pakistan.
Well, hopefully we do see a lot more runs than that, and as well as the under-19 women's fixture we had this morning as well. West Indies and India. Not the greatest batting in both accounts. And of course he spoke about the renovated part of the square particularly. We saw a bit of that for the under-13 tournament we had against Jamaica, but due to quite a lot of rain at the end of last year, we weren't able to get any completed fixtures there.
Yeah, the rain certainly hampered the tournament last year. A lot of games were affected and shortened, some of them with only one side being able to have an innings and then no result for the other. But just to give you an idea, last year the finals was won by the Masqueraders from North as well as Tobago, and they are in that encounter at Gilbert Park, so I'm sure they'll be looking to start their season and their tournament off with a bang. And as we noted in the comments from the General Secretary of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Altaf Baksh, prior to the start of this game, he reminded the players that the rationale and reason for this tournament, the under-23 age group, is essentially to assist players who performed well in the previous age group zonal tournaments from under-19, under-17, under-15, under-13. And they want to bridge that gap between the under-19 level and the senior team. So the under-23 tournament is essentially to have these players on the radar of the national selectors, give them additional opportunities to have heated contests and competition amongst themselves, and it's to help them transition into that national team and first class level of cricket. So the opening pair for the Scarlet Ibis looks to be Christian Mangra as well as Shazad Mohammed. Opening bowler is going to be Justin Manick. And Dylan, you would have witnessed Justin Manick's brilliant spell for the Red Force in that trial game.
Certainly a brilliant spell on that day. Took a lot of wickets, didn't start off too well in his first few overs, but really roared back later on that first day. Didn't have the best outing in the second innings, but a lot of great experience in that match, getting to play with some of the best around Trinidad and Tobago. So we'll see how he goes here. And of course, get to see these players who don't always get the most opportunity after an under-19 level per se.
And he starts off with a nice area, there's Manick, as you mentioned, coming off a 5-wicket haul in that trial game. In the first innings, bowled 18 overs, 2 maidens, 5 wickets for 74. And he was the pick of the bowlers for that South team. Second innings also picked up a wicket, 6 overs, 1 for 29. So 6 wickets total in that match. Sure, he looked to continue in that form here.
Great area started off with. Continuing on that area, of course, a red ball you see being used here, not a white ball for a 50 over fixture. Tend to see a bit more of a test match field placement as well. Just 2 in the leg side, 1 at mid on and 1 at deep fine leg.
I'm glad you picked up on that, Dylan. Usually you always see a white ball being used in the shorter version of the game, but red ball being used as we are preparing for the 2-day season in the Premier Divisions.
Great action on that red ball there. Most movement we've seen so far for the morning. We want to continue with some consistency and get that movement away. Coming from that northern end, Manick.
And as you rightfully noted, that red ball just seems to have a bit of extra movement and swing, and also with the lovely grass we are seeing on the pitch, I'm sure that bounce would also encourage the fast bowlers. So it's really a lovely setup here for Manick to try and strike early for the Flamingos.
That's one of the reasons I would have noticed the red ball, is because of the extra movement. Always love to see bowlers holding sway. Bit counterintuitive given that we were just talking about batting, but always great to see a good fight between bat and ball. Has 2 slips to help him with that movement.
Yeah, 2 slips to field in that gully position. Only fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, the third man and fine leg, so protection on both sides behind the wicket. And feel that fine leg called into play, does have to come around a bit. That one is tucked into the leg side. So first runs off of the bat for the Scarlet Ibis and also Christian Mangra.
Just getting a bit too straight on that occasion, looking for a bit more movement, but not too much protection in that leg side for him, so he'd want to make sure he sticks to where he started off. Mangra would feel better getting off the mark now.
It's always a big relief, isn't it? Getting off the mark. Once you still have 0 next to your name, just a little bit of extra nerves and jitters always lingering around the batsman. And it's well watched there from Mangra. Completes the first over from Manik. Just 2 conceded off of it. Nice start from him. And it's 2 without loss. Scarlet Ibis. It's going to be Shiva Sankar taking up the attack from the cricket centre end.
I think Shiva Sankar is a great example of that bridging the gap you were talking about earlier. I remember him from that under 19 World Cup. Would it have been 2020 or 2022? Haven't seen much from him since then. I think would have last seen him in this very same fixture last year. You see how he begins. Nicely driven there from Mohammed. What a way to get off the mark from him. It's going to make it all the way to the boundary for 4. Nicely done from Shahzad Mohammed.
A really beautiful shot there. Indeed. Superb timing. Over pitch from Sankar and right into the slot. And Mohammed just stepping forward nicely. Full face of the bat and pierced the gap. Always a lovely sight when that ball just speeds along the carpet of the outfield. Especially for a batsman to start his innings. First ball he's faced, and that's the shot. Would do wonders for his confidence. And almost a repeat. This one just a bit wider outside the off stump. It's running close to the boundary and doesn't reach quite to the end of it. Some good work there from Balraj, assisted by Ramnath. But again, Sankar just a bit too full in his opening couple of deliveries, allowing Mohammed to come onto the front foot.
Just looking for that bit of movement early. Shiva Sankar not quite able to capitalize. The general need that the wind moves here would assist his outswing to the right-hander, so would want to get it to move into the left-hander.
Again, similar field to the over before from Mike. Fine leg and third man, both wide and out on the boundaries. And again, a nice looking drive there from Mangra. So Shiva Sankar is definitely bowling into that half volley region at this point, encouraging the batsman to come forward. Not always a bad thing, especially if the ball is moving, because if you just pull back your length a bit and encourage the batsman to play similar shots to the ones that they did before, can bring that slip cordon into play.
Does really depend on the type of pitch. especially when have this green grass on that pitch there. You do want to pitch it up a bit and can't always get the better of the batsman. You just get one there, Mangra.
Ball seemed to just have a bit of extra bounce on it. You can see as he played the shot, just dropped his hands a bit. Of course, the surface is the first time, as you mentioned, that competitive match is being played on this new surface. And the surface to the left of the screen, in fact, was used previously in a trial match for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team earlier this week. Well defended there from Mohammed.
Red Force team is going to be a lot made over the selection of that in the coming few days before the 4-day season starts.
Yeah, well, there were certainly some very noteworthy performances. First of all, in the Namalco North-South Classic, and then in that further practice match this week between the Caripea 11 and the Jet Gully 11. And again, a nice looking drive there from Mohammed into the gap and speeds away to the boundary for 4 runs. So he's definitely looking to be in a nice vein of form here is Shazad Mohammed. 3 times and over, already playing convincing drives, and that completes the second over, 14 without loss. So 12 coming off that over, Dylan. A bit expensive start there from Shiva Sankar.
Yeah, really for Shazad Mohammed as well. Got a few freebies there. Could understand what Sankar was trying to do, but a lot of confidence for Mohammed in that first over. Still a lot of this game ahead of him, so that would hold him in good stead.
Yeah, definitely early days yet in terms of just the second over completed. So Sankar, I'm sure he'd look to come back better in the next over of his spell. Just has to pull his length back a bit. Justin Manick, very competent, young, promising fast bowler.
Does Justin Manick make it into your Red Force 11?
A wide signal by umpire Danesh Ramdani. And that's a very good question, Dylan, because at this point, given the fact that some of the usual fast bowlers you would see in the setup, the likes of Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip with the West Indies senior team, it does give that opportunity for Manick to earn his chance as the tournament starts within a couple of weeks. So I think based on his recent performances, he certainly has put his hand up. Oh, that's a beauty of a delivery. The reaction from Manick seems to indicate that the batsman may have gotten an edge to that, but it did fly very quickly to wicketkeeper Aaron Banky.
Well, just as we were talking about him, he's delivered certainly a delivery he'd want to deliver in that 4-day championship.
But that is that sort of test match delivery you were referring to earlier, Dylan, in terms of the exact line and length you want to be with that ball moving away from the left-hander. So a bit closer to the body, allows them to tuck it down the leg side. Again, a comfortable 2. Outfield does seem to be running swiftly enough despite the extended showers we had yesterday. I must say kudos to the groundsmen for their early preparations this morning, showing that all of the super soakers were out there, as well as the covers were in place properly.
Came in, there's water all over the covers, did a great job.
And cut away from Mangra. Chase on.
Always like to see that positive running early in a match as well. Even with those boundaries they've gotten, they look keen on putting as much runs on the board as they can. And it is certainly something that you don't see as much as you used to, that running between the wickets, especially with so much T20 cricket around. It's an art that you need to continue working on. It's also an understanding between the batsmen at the crease.
A very good point there, Dylan, indeed, because that is in fact something in the recently concluded CG United Super 50 Cup that was mentioned by the West Indies selectors as well as the administrators in terms of trying to get batsmen to continue turning over the scoreboard. Less dot balls, more singles. Not everything has to be a 4 or a 6, but it's to continue, keep on scoring runs in a sensible manner. And the start here from the Scarlet Ibis has certainly shown that. Some lovely shots and running between the wickets as well. It's a beauty from Manik. Excellent delivery from the young fast bowler. I think he's answering your call, Dylan.
Oh, so great display of adjustment as well to the right-hander. Not giving him any freebies after having to change his angle, coming over the wicket to him. He's been right on spot right away. Of course, we talk about those fast bowling stocks away in Pakistan. Might not even be needed across there, given what we've seen.
Whoo! And he tests Shazad Mohammed, has him tumbling back and just fell to the ground as he was trying to evade that bouncer. Good pace and bounce there from Manik.
Well, the ball went high and Shazad went low.
And the coach for the Flamingos, Mr. Ishwar Ramnath, definitely would be pleased from that ball from Justin Manik.
I think the pitch curator would be quite happy with that as well.
Well, I think you can already see, Dylan, we're only in the third over, and the first time that we are playing cricket on this pitch, it certainly is going to be a great season for anyone here. The pitch is certainly offering something for the bowlers as well as a nice, thorough bounce for the batsman. So, able to play through the line of the bowlers. 3 overs are completed. 20 without loss. Good positive start from the Scarlet Ibis. Mohammed on 11, Mangra on 6.
It was a good follow-up delivery to finish off the over as well. Just went a bit fuller after those shorter deliveries, looking to test him out around his pads.
Lovely shot of the Atto Bolden Stadium in the background. Note that we also have the National Aquatic Centre as well as the Cycling Velodrome and the home of football, all situated beyond that side screen. And here the National Cricket Centre, the home of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Lovely part of the country as Sanka continues with the second over.
Well, making him play at that, getting his length and line just a bit better on that occasion. Sankar using that angle across, just putting Mangra in 2 minds, trying to play or whether to leave. Good adjustment after that first over. Same type of field.
Bit too wide on that occasion. Paya Kashif Sandy giving the due signal. But you're definitely right in terms of the length. He has certainly on that first delivery shown that he understood he was a bit too full in his first over and just needs to pull that length back just out of the reach of the batsman, and in that famous corridor of uncertainty, not sure whether to go forward or backward. Does have some height as well, Sanka, so he would get some bounce off of the surface.
Again, just not able to make contact. What I do notice about how Mangra sets up does start off around leg stump and then sort of walk across his stumps.
Yeah, we know a lot of these batsmen have those trigger movements.
Noticing my time watching cricket that it's very common in the subcontinent. You don't always see many sort of, I guess, peace condition batsmen doing that. The Senna conditions.
This one is short and pulled away from Mangra. Gets two and they look to be pushing for the third. Decides against it. And it's a good return to the keeper as well. So smart decision there from Mangra. But I think they have already noticed that this outfield is a sizable one. And some of the grass just closer to the boundary ropes is just a bit thicker than the rest of the field. So some occasions the ball might just be slowing up. Of course, you know, with a bit of extra moisture on the ground as well. The rainfall yesterday. So making good use of running between the wickets. Tucked away nicely. As you see, batsman being assisted, tie his laces. It's a good point to note that the camaraderie and team spirit from all of the players on display in this tournament would certainly be something to take note of, because these players play either for similar club teams or zonal teams and play sometimes with each other or against each other, but they never let it affect them on the battlefield.
It's interesting he was getting that assistance there. I think 2 balls before that he was getting some assistance with his shoes as well. So hopefully it's all sorted now.
Mohammed with another lovely looking drive. Seems to be one of his preferred shots. And then again, the ball is being put in the position for him to play it. So taking full advantage of that. And again, smart running, because he played it just to the left of the fielder, but immediately took off with a single. So that ball was in the 30-yard circle, but still contributed to a run.
So final delivery from Sanka was round the wicket and dot to finish off. 25 without loss now after 4.
Some of the spectators, family members of the players out here. Encourage all of those looking at the live stream on Cricket 360. Feel free to come down to the National Cricket Centre as well. It's lovely weather for cricket. An exciting encounter on display. Of course, there's no admission fee, which always helps the fans. But it would be really good to see some support coming in for the youngsters. Manik into his 3rd over.
Nicely clipped away from Mohammed there. Wanted a 2nd run, but they'll settle for just 1. It's definitely great occasion on this Sunday for people to come in and witness this action. Or at Gilbert Park, pick whichever you may.
Both venues within a 15 to 20 minute drive, I would say, of each other. Very scenic drive at that from the National Cricket Center to reach the Gilbert Park in California. The Gilbert Park closer to the Point Lisas Industrial Estate. National Cricket Center just off of the highway in Trinidad and Tobago.
29 for 2 at Gilbert Park for the Hummingbirds after 8.5 overs.
Mangra flicked that on the leg side for another couple of additional runs. Manik on a couple occasions just straying into the body of Mangra and allowing him to play freely on the leg side. Not much protection, just that field out, that very wide fine leg position. One at a short mid wicket. Let's cut away. Fielder from third man comes around. Lemuel Matthews. Batsman pick up 2 comfortably in the end. So 30-run partnership already coming up for this opening pair, Mohammed and Mangra. And what we have both noticed, Dylan, is that they are running really well between the wickets. There seems to be no hesitation and great communication between the batsmen out there.
I think they might have played with each other before, certainly given from what we've seen. Sometimes you see some questionable mix-ups out there between the running. Fine leg fielder, certainly, as you pointed out, going a bit wider, squarer. Started off very fine the first few overs.
See, there was about to be a slight change in the field. I thought the gully was coming into a third slip position, but he just moved back to the gully position, so could also be just toying with the batsman.
Did have my eyes on that as well.
As you know, in modern day cricket, you see all of these different intricacies on the field of play. Of course, in that recent Australia-India series, we would have seen all of the banter and heard everything on the stump mic in terms of the interesting contests between Sam Constas and Virat Kohli, Mohammad Siraj, Jasprit Bumrah. It really was a very exciting series that, I must say, it reinvigorated the love for Test cricket around the world.
Rishad Pant, of course, stump mic specialist. Too wide on that occasion from Manik. And an easy few extras for the batsmen.
Difficult one there for the keeper to stop. And again, Manik just straying into the line of the body of Mangra a bit too often. He's played that shot on a couple occasions, and umpire now signaling for to complete the end of the over. I think he was just making sure that it wasn't leg byes. So at the end of 5 overs, the score 34 without loss. Continuing just under that run rate of 7 per over.
Off to a flyer.
And just to give you an idea of the scores in this contest in the 2024 edition, Scarlet Ibis, they would have made 156 all out in 41.2 overs, and the Flamingos were 48 for the loss of 2 after 13. Sanka strain on the leg side again. Mohammed flicking nicely. Some good work down on the boundary there. Looks to be Pereira. Very competent fielder is he. Lovely looking drive again from Shazad Mohammed. Running to the boundary, but Bandu comes off that wideish third man position. And batsman complete 2. So Sanka just a bit errant with his lengths. Sometimes too full, and sometimes his line as well. Also just straight into the leg side, as I'd like to welcome alongside me in the commentary booth, Mr. Reza Abbasali. Good morning, Reza. How are you today?
On such a lovely day here at the National Cricket Centre, and bring back memories of my time here at the Cricket Centre as a lecturer in West Indies cricket at this academy. It has grown so magnificently over the last couple of years, and having shown me this list, I know a couple of these guys quite well who passed through me in my lecturing series. And off the bat, I must tell you, I'm quite impressed with some of these players already. Yes, man. So, you know, I'm looking at this youngster, Manik Keshav. Aggressive fast bowler, youngster, good high action. I saw, you know, got in, batsman just falling over at that piece. Reminds me of Joel Garner, the great West Indian fast bowler.
Big bird.
And 259 test wickets in 10 years at an amazing average of 20.97 per wicket.
Just some extra bounce on that delivery. Mohammed seemed to have gone with the intent to defend and just popped up on the bat a bit, so that extra grass on the surface certainly playing its part, and you can see just tapping the pitch where that ball would have been delivered.
I'm really impressed here with Shazad Mohammed Keshav. A couple of drives he has made through the covers. I mean, wonderful to look at. Beautiful stroke play, header, and his position is just beautiful. Driving like a Mercedes-Benz through the covers on a couple of occasions.
I'm sure he would appreciate that comparison. And this time, uppishly from Mohammed, but falls safely just beyond the head of Matthews. And a very tall guy is Matthews, so Mohammed probably would have had his heart in his hand just for a moment there.
Yes.
As the 6th over is completed, 42 without loss.
Yes, a good start, you know, for the Ibis team. Just want to mention that Rajiv Ramnath, who's the captain of the side for Flamingos, I've seen Rajiv bat in the past. Very elegant player, Keshav. And he's captain of this side, and he's been around for a while from the junior levels. Of course, we know Rajiv's sister, Samara Ramnath, is the current West Indies under-19 captain who's handling the team in Malaysia.
Yes, Samara definitely representing Trinidad and Tobago very proudly. And also her brother, former national youth player, and now seeking to bridge that gap into the national senior team. Does play his cricket for The Marching Patriots.
Oh,
There's
yes.
Rajiv Ramnath. He would have been a key player in their squad last year, and appears to have been retained by them this season. As Marching Patriots, sponsored by Best Motors, they won the 50 over tournament last year, and of course Central Sports won the 2-day league as well as the T20 tournaments. Beauty of a delivery from Manik.
Yes, yes. Manik certainly generating some pace, as I mentioned. Good high action. And looks like a good prospect. I mean, it's just the first couple of overs I'm seeing him. I just want to mention also, Shiva Sankar was one of the students who passed through me in that lecture series. He's been around for a while. Good prospect also. But as we know, Kishav, this is the bridging gap, the under-23 team. From under 19 to 23 that, will show their... Let's have a look at this.
Pulled away from Mangra, and quite convincingly at that. That's gone all the way for 6.
That's
A wonderful shot there from the youngster. Just stand and deliver as Manik with that extra pace, as you noted.
Yes. Well, that's a terrific shot. I mean, he's on the ball in a flash. A wonderful shot through mid-wicket. As you mentioned, I just lost the ball. Aggressive by Mangra. Well, let's see how my friend here will retaliate. Snorter.
And again, that excellent run in between the wickets. Quick single taken this time. Just played it with soft hands into the short cover region. But the communication and understanding between this pair at the wicket is certainly something to admire based on the start that they have had. Already 49 without loss and into the 7th over. Couldn't ask for any better from your openers. And very low risk at that. Apart from the uppish drive from Mohammed in the previous over, everything has been competently played. Edge.
Oh, he's gone.
He's got him. Das takes the catch. And just as we were speaking about not playing any rash shots or giving away any chances, again, that fabled commentator's curse unfortunately strikes at this time. Shazad Mohammed has to go, caught in the slips from Das. Amrit Das taking a comfortable catch. It did go at a easy height for him, just into his palms. Didn't really have to move too much to his left or right. And Manik, I'm sure that 6 he conceded off of Mangra would have just fueled something in him. No fast bowler wants to be hit for a 6 at any point in time. And that delivery from Manik in the perfect area to Shazad Mohammed, and just getting the right amount of bonks as well to get that outside edge. So the first wicket goes 49 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, that's a pretty good delivery from Manik. I mean, after being hit for 6 by Mangra, he came back here, very, very determined to get that wicket. And Shazad Mohammed looking quite good, for his 21 and 15 balls. But good reward for Manik, who has persevered.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a good start, 49 for 1 and 6.5.
And we were just mentioning how important that start would have been. And sometimes psychologically, you're thinking that just reaching to 50
Yes.
without loss would have been so much more comforting for the batting team than losing the first wicket on 49. Sometimes it's those subtle differences that can affect the mindset and mentality of the players out there. As the new batsman entering the field of play, Giovanni Ramdeni.
Yes, the first time I'm having a look at Ramdeni. Mangra has 24 and 25 balls. A couple of misses, but he's still there, fighting on. But it's good cricket here. Good cricket. Solid cricket between these two these youngsters. Under 23, bridging the gap from under 19 to 23. Looking forward to playing first-class cricket for their respective countries, not only Trinidad and Tobago. And
Excellent delivery to start. First up to Ramdeni from Manik, and he completes that over in excellent fashion, picking up the important wicket of Shazad Mohammed, who is looking well set thus far. 7 gone, 49 for the loss of 1.
good start still. And Kishav, as you may be aware, West Indies gone down badly to Pakistan last night in 3 days. I mean, it's you go into Pakistan expecting, of course, you know, spin. I mean, 3 off spin bowlers and wrecking the West Indies side, and again shows our weakness. And we knew that we would have had those type of conditions. So when we make the excuse, you know, it was a track that had too much spin. You know, and what do we expect? You're in the conditions of a home country, and just Athanaze, you know, stood up in the second innings. 137 and 123. That's West Indies in both innings, Kishav. It's a poor scenario.
Sanka continuing, and definitely spot on in terms of the conditions that we were going to face in Pakistan. In fact, the curator prepared the pitch for additional spin, knowing that we were coming to visit their shores. And just from observing the match and also listening to the expert commentary of Ian Bishop, and as well as the Pakistanis on display.
Yeah.
I'll just get back to that after this delivery. Oh, playing a miss. And essentially, what Bish was saying is that while we do acknowledge that we have a deficiency in our ability to play spin,
Yes.
the way that pitch was playing in Multan, he said he doesn't think that any player in the West Indies lineup would have ever experienced conditions like that before. And it's just something to show in terms of our level of exposure and the experience from the first class level transitioning to that international level.
Well said, well said.
Left alone there from Mangra. And just to elaborate on that a bit, Riza, essentially, you know the saying, practice makes perfect.
Yes.
And if you don't practice on surfaces as such, and if you don't get the opportunity, because the reality is in Trinidad, we do have spinning pitches in the Caribbean. We have pitches that are spin friendly. But again, that pitch in Multan was truly unique.
It was. I'll continue after this delivery.
Played nicely through the offside. Some good work there.
It also begs the questions on what kind of spin attack we have in the West Indies. You know, the quality of our spinners. I mean, the last great West Indian spinner was Lance Gibbs, and he retired back in 75, 76. We have had, spin, proteges like Mustaq Mohammed down here in the 2019, 2020 era, about 5 years ago, as a kind of tutor. But we have batsmen traditionally in Trinidad who have done well against spin. But the spin attack per se, we seem to have dried up with those kind of quality spinners. Your take on that, Keshav, after this delivery?
Wide from Sanka again, errant in his line and his lengths, just doesn't seem to be getting into his stride, into his fourth over already, but not showing that consistency that would have earned him a spot in that regional team in the youth days. But as you said, it really is a testament to the fact of I was going to say inferior quality, but I don't want to be too harsh.
Yes. I mean, we could name some of our top spinners from Trinidad. Just a minute. Back in the 70s, 80s, Ranji Nanan, Rafiq Jumadin, Inshan Ali, Ganesh Mahabir, Imtiaz Ali played one test for the West Indies back in 76. But, of course, 70s and 80s were the heydays of West Indian cricket supremacy. But our spinners, I think lately, I know we had a couple You know, back in the West Indies, we could call Nehemiah Perry back in the 90s, you know, but these guys have not had, you know, a long run. And our practice, as you mentioned the word, just let me just hold up a bit.
Looks for the quick single. Send back. Good work in the covers. And keeper Banky quickly up to the stumps, preventing any run there. 8 overs gone. 50 for 1.
Yeah. Our practice against spin, I mean, quality spin. I mean, we have, I would think the wickets are spin friendly. You know, but that collapse last night, it may not have been shocking, but it was extremely disappointing because we had, we had 3 types of spinners against the West Indies last night. A left arm orthodox, a off spinner, a leg spinner. There was no escape, Kishap. There was absolutely no escape. And, based on that, I mean, changing the team wholesale next match, which starts on the 25th, may not be, of course, the answer. But let's hope Amir Django gets his chance.
Yes, well, I was just thinking about if Amir Django was given his debut on that pitch in Multan, it would have been throwing him into the firing pit, certainly. I mean, he's a very competent player.
Yes.
And again, Mangra tries to pull that one away, and he gets it all the way to the boundary.
Wow.
Initially, it seems as if it was just going over the head of the fielder.
Yes.
At that mid-on position, and maybe would have just stayed in the rope, but there is a downward slope towards that side of the field, and you can see the ball actually picked up in momentum as it was traveling there.
Yes. Well, this is Manik's 5th over, isn't it? And he's given a lot of effort, yeah? And maybe his spell is coming up. Change of bowling, but I must commend him for his sterling effort. 1 or 2 balls have been just, you know, cracking deliveries short of a length. Perhaps he may need to, you know, practice on a slow delivery from time to time. I mean, it's always in the armory of good fast bowlers. But I like it. I like what I'm seeing here.
Just seen a slight adjustment in the field. So the fielder at fine leg has been shifted to deep third. So no protection deep on the leg side, and there's a deep cover in place as well. And bang on target there from Manik. You'd want to keep that off-stump line, bowling with an offside field. Only one fielder on the leg side, and that's the fielder at short mid-on.
Amir Django deserves his chance. Did a pretty good job in the Super 50 and the regional. And these guys do get chances. They have to make this minute.
Driven nicely, but straight to that fielder. No run again. So, as you said, Django, a very competent player, has certainly shown his abilities most recently in that CG United Super 50 Cup, where he's averaging over 80 odd and earned him his maiden call up to the West Indies senior team. Had his debut in that game against Bangladesh, where he scored that magnificent century, and I think certainly announced himself to the international front.
I'll give you a start on that just now. Oh.
Wild swing there from Mangra, and just goes to the mindset of these players. 2 deliveries that pegged him down from scoring. Thus far, he has been scoring quite freely, if not in boundaries, has been dealing in singles and 2s and 3s. In other words, always rotating a strike, but 3 consecutive dot deliveries now.
Yeah, man.
It prompts the non-striker to have a chat with him.
Yeah. Well, Django took his chances. He got 1 or 2 chances, but every batsman do get a chance is to take advantage of it. And Amir and I was speaking to me recently.
Chance for a run out. Oh, it's a close one. And because of no protection on the leg side, you see, Pereira sprinting. And some good work there to back up.
Yeah. Yeah, Ami was saying to me, Kishav, that, I mean, he has been in the cusp of West Indies selection, actually. Doing quite well in regional cricket, but he knows that he had to work so hard. And he really put his mind to it. Remember, he scored a double hundred in one of those regional matches, you know, and he put his mind soundly and heavily to listen. This is my chance. I got to score runs. My bat has to, you know, speak for me. And I said, well, you know, you're going to get your chance, brother. I mean, you're going to get your chance. And it did come against Bangladesh. And that 100 he scored in his first one-day international was only the second time in ODI history that a West Indies batsman scored an ODI 100 on debut.
Wonderful delivery from Manik, and impressive stat as well in relation to Amir Jangu, as 9 overs are completed, 57 for 1.
The last batsman who I do quite well with, Desmond Leo Haynes, our legendary opening batsman with Gordon Greenwich back in the 70s and 80s. He was the last player to score ODI 100, or the first West Indies player to score an ODI 100 on debut, and that was 1978 against Australia.
Yeah, of course, Desmond Haynes, part of that legendary West Indies setup, and we were most fearsome. People think or thought that perhaps instead of being a chairman of the selectors, which of course he was replaced recently, that he should have been a batting coach, a prime batting coach for West Indies youngsters, instead of being a selector. Well, it just goes to show in terms of having the right people in the right positions, which is something that echoes throughout our region, not only in cricket,
yes,
but in sport, and as well as every aspect of life. If you look at it, you know, there are many occasions where people can be better suited in different roles.
Excellent.
And their contribution, their efficacy
Fully
would certainly
endorsed.
be different.
Fully endorsed.
But for reasons that sometimes can't be explained.
Yes.
We see different persons being in different roles where they may not be able to give their all or
their best.
their best.
Yes.
And sometimes it's not due to their own fault, but just due to the demands or the requirements of the position entirely. As we see, change in bowling is going to take place. Lemuel Matthews, the tall, fast bowler from deep south Trinidad, a very exciting prospect. Also plays his cricket for Presal Sports Club.
Excellent.
And he's
Yes.
commonly referred to as Tolo.
Tolo.
And see his height reminiscent of those legendary fast bowlers in the day.
He got the inside edge, I would think. Yes, Lemuel Matthews, I recall him. He was also, I think, a cricket academy student. He's grown quite a bit. I can't. He looks like a 6'4". What do you think, Ishaf?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm 6 feet and he is still over me. So I think that estimate is just about right.
Yeah.
But a very good young promising cricketer, has the right mindset and attitude for the game. You know, he's always training, always working hard.
Right.
In fact, let's say, for example, if training for the club during the week starts around 3:30 to 4, he's there at least an hour before getting his stuff in. So has that right attitude for a young cricketer.
Excellent.
Always looking to improve his Matthews. Pulled away down to the fine leg region. And it speeds away for 4. Ramdeni not waiting around for any sighters. Short delivery from Matthews, and Ramdeni decides to go into the pull shot. But again, noting that on the leg side, there's not much protection. So backing himself for that shot.
Matthews overextended himself really. trying to bowl too quickly and just as his first over. And that was just too short. And Ramdeni really took advantage of it. So a fantastic pull down to long leg. Short again.
And he's out.
He's gone.
He's got the wicket. Safe catch taken from Pereira down at fine leg. And Matthews took a tumble on the ground. I just paused for a second to see if he would have been all right. And at the same time, the catch was taken.
Seems to be struggling here, Keshav.
Really hope it's nothing too serious.
It's on the ground.
And you see the umpire signaling that he might need some attention. He's up already, which is an excellent sight. And one thing I can tell you, Riza, he's a fighter.
Yes.
Matthews is not going to stay down unless he absolutely has to. And gets an important breakthrough for the Flamingos.
He heard me. He bowled short, he got a 4, and then he went back with his short delivery.
Well, to be honest, even with the 4,
yes,
I think he would not have been too discouraged because that shot wasn't played as convincingly. Yes, it did go for 4, but it was in the air, and there is a fielder down at that deep fine leg position. You see on the third delivery, he went with the similar short length, and I think the line of the delivery was just a bit better in terms of more straight into the body of Ramdeni, so not allowing him to free his hands as easily, and that top edge went down to Pereira. Comfortable catch for him. Very excellent fielder is Pereira generally, so that would have been quite easy for him to take, but
second wicket goes.
Correct, 64 for 2 in 9.3.
I'm looking here, Keshav. I think it's a pretty good wicket. And I must commend the curators. There's some pace in it, and there's opportunity to score also. So it's a well-balanced pitch, and I think that's what we need. These kind of pitches throughout the Caribbean, actually. Not too much spin like in Pakistan, or too much pace like I suppose in Perth, Australia.
Very good point there.
I'm okay. I'm going.
So the new batsman to the crease is in fact Leonardo Julian. And we were just confirming, hence a couple seconds of silence there, because he's in fact wearing the jersey of Rivaldo Ramlogan, who is not in the squad today. Wide delivery there from Matthews. Oh, it's a good delivery there from Matthews, and well left as well from Julian. A delivery from Matthews just going over the top of off stump and some nice inward movement. And Julian seems to have predicted that delivery because he left it alone quite comfortably. And Leonardo Julian, of course, another one of those excellent young upcoming talents, was part of the Western East Academy. Now part of that combined campuses and colleges setup as well. And flicked on the leg side. And this one will run all the way to the boundary for 4. From the moment he played the shot, he knew that it was going to go to the boundary because the field that fine leg is quite wide. And there was enough pace on it from Matthews. So Matthews getting a wicket in that over, but also conceding a couple of boundaries. 69 for the loss of 2 after 10.
Beautiful shot, indeed. $69 for 2 and 10 overs. And as Keshav was mentioning, Matthews is a fighter.
So just getting out of that power play phase now.
S- 69 for 2 and 10 overs.
Manik. And his 6th over and just straying a bit too much.
Yes. Second or third delivery on the run. Losing his line. But E for effort, Keshav. He's been brought back into the attack. I've heard a lot of Leonardo Julian. I've been seeing a lot of him. He's gone through the ranks. As you said, a CCC player. Under 19, West Indies player, captain, I believe. And but he has been around for some time. Another ball down the leg side.
Yeah.
Over the wicket. Plays it defensively on the offside for a single. Julian is on 5. Mangra is still there, 34 in 35 deliveries. Manik 1 for 33 in 5.3 over the wicket. And he's bowled him. Going for the big heave. Stump scattered. And that's a third wicket. 73 for 3. Mangra. Mangra goes 73 for 3, 10.4 overs, and there we have a break, and we'll be right back. Scarlet Ibis team. Been quite...
Baran would have last played at the North-South Classic just a short while ago. Score 70. 11 overs now having passed.
Yes. $71 for 3 in 11 overs. It's a contest that is evenly balanced at the end of that last break. Leonardo Julian facing.
It's going to be Lemuel Matthews here to bowl. Nicely dug out there. Matthews is on the floor again. And it's actually out.
He's gone.
There's quite a delivery there. Well, Julian getting that late call up to the team and not quite able to make full use of it.
It's an odd type of dismissal, isn't it?
Certainly. Trying to squeeze out that full delivery. And was sort of caught there, trying to get a bit too cute with it. Should have just played back towards the bowler. Not get too creative at this stage when would have just lost a wicket in that last over.
Caught at third man, opening the face of the bat. To me, it looked like he almost dug it out, and I thought the ball, was going on the ground, to be honest with you. So we have number 8. Anderson Mahis is the next batsman inside. All-rounder.
Mahis would have played a lot of T10 cricket within the past year. Would have seen him around a lot. As you mentioned, an all-round option with his batting and his bowling. Have a lot to do with bat here after a great start for Scarlet Ibis, but just losing some quick wickets there, and at this point 2 new batsmen at the crease. Lemuel Matthews picking up 2 wickets, only just begun a second over, wasting no time. There's a flurry of left-handers for Scarlet Ibis as well.
Flamingos have really fought back here. After a pretty good start, 72 for 4 and 11.2. Mahis is just off the mark.
Well, not yet off the mark. He would hope to be off the mark after this delivery, though. Nicely tossed up there again from Matthews, looking for a Yorker delivery, pitching it up as much as he can. That height does become a troublesome task. Just one slip in place now. They've had 2 earlier now with the power play overs finished. And that's just nicely fielded by that Fielder over there, third man. Still yet to get off the mark, Mahis.
Andrew Rambaran has been around for quite some time, still young, outstanding cricketer in all facets in terms of discipline, production, has won quite a number of awards at the national level, past student of the National Cricket Academy, and I think he did quite well in the North-South Classic.
Did quite well in the North-South Classic. Is going to be interesting to see if he does make that Trinidad and Tobago squad. A lot of competition in that middle order. Does have the bowling capability as well with his left arm spin.
Oh, yes.
Got a few games at the end of the Super 50 season as well. Showed off as much of his skill as he could have. Has put in a lot of work and some good performances, so it's really just up to fate at this point. Oh, just a waft at that. .72 for 4 after 12.
Bowling non-stop, but that probably that one over break. He's been aggressive. Could see his commitment.
Might just be tiring a bit there. Wide down the leg side.
Rambaran now started his innings, and could see he's, as you mentioned, looking forward to his first-class debut in the middle of the Trinidad and Tobago order.
Good solid defense there presented. You would have done quite a bit of lecturing work. Would you have had the opportunity to lecture to Rambaran?
Yes, and quite a few of them. You know, a couple of players would, just come out outstanding in front of you or in front of me. But all of them would have benefited from this cricket academy, which is ongoing still at quite a number of years. I think, well, I started back in 2011 and went on to 2018. It was one of the most rewarding.
Driven there nicely from Rambaran, a bit uppishly, close to that fielder, but 4 runs to open his account.
Academy is all encompassing, not only about lectures, finance, health, discipline, fielding, whatever it is, coaching. Has to stand out as one of the foremost academies in the Caribbean. The National Cricket Academy here in Balmain, Couva.
It's always good to hear about all those other facets apart from the game being taught, because it's so important to be well-rounded as just a person as well. course, you said would have started in 2011. Interesting. I would have actually looked at my first match in 2011. So it would have been
Yes.
quite a standout year when I
Yes,
first
and,
fell in love with the game.
These guys, of course, many of them, I would believe, are still in well, I mean, so under 23. They would have probably, most of them would have left school. And a couple of them would probably still be in A-levels at the 19, 18 level. And cricket is, I would think, right now a pretty prosperous career if you make it big. And we don't necessarily mean IPL or I mean one of those massive money leagues.
Wide again, not able to finish off the overs yet.
And what we see right now in the world is the proliferation of T20 cricket. Players who are now retired, even from the West Indies, making money in those leagues, and decent money. But in West Indies cricket, in terms of the compensation, it compares favorably to the third or fourth tier in world cricket remuneration.
Oh, just anxious to run a quick single there, but well decided not to in the end. 78 for 4 now after 13 overs.
What I would want to see, of course, is the best team that can be presented in Test cricket. Right now, we have a couple of players playing in the Abu Dhabi League who I would rather play, be in the Test team. No, not really, calling the names. Everybody would know about that. But the mettle of it, playing 5-day cricket, discipline, fitness levels, to go 5 days, stamina, endurance, mental strength.
Well, mental is a huge part of Test match cricket.
Yes. The ability to bat long, bowl long.
I think Test cricket, I do agree, it is really the standout format of the game. There's
And,
much T20 and T10 leagues going on around it.
Unf-
I will always find my time to watch Test match cricket.
Yes, and unfortunately, the crowds at Test cricket in the West Indies, have seriously diminished. Let's look at this ball from Matthews.
He's keeping it consistent there to Mahis. He's certainly on top of him at the moment. Everyone hits so far.
Dylan, it's a travesty right now to see the paucity of crowds at West Indian cricket arenas for Test cricket. Let me give you a classic example. India, and we await Matthews again. Mahis is yet to get off the mark.
8 deliveries so far. Oh, he's just slashing at that, went over the cordon for 4 lucky runs to get off the mark. And just as we speak about that mental side of it, really 8 balls and you're trying to just get yourself off the mark, force the issue. Lucky in the end, but really is just about riding out those tough times.
Yes, a streaky shot from Mahis, but he would be happy to get off the mark think that was his 9th delivery, Dylan. It was 8th delivery. But just to go back into this Test cricket spectatorship. In July 2023, 20th of July 2023, West Indies played India. Just a minute.
That's nicely done there from Mahis. 4 more runs. A complete 180 from where he got those previous 4 this time. A much more confident shot into that gap.
Oh, that was a fabulous shot. Almost a golf shot. Lovely swing of the bat. Mahis. Pretty good. I mean, big unit. He's showing some good strength here. But you'd feel better by that, his first boundary. Yes, July the 20th, 2023 at the Queen's Park Oval. West Indies played India, and it was the 100th Test match. West Indies versus India in West Indies-India Test cricket history. Hold a second.
Trifon again from Mahis, but cut off from that third man fielder. You keep strike. After 14, it's 87 for 4.
I was there at the Queen's Park Oval, and Dylan, I could tell you, I could count the amount of spectators on my fingers. West Indies versus India. Back in the days of the 70s and 80s, thousands of people would be lined up outside the Queen's Park Oval at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, as Keith Nexar, my colleague from the Queen's Park Cricket Club, said, you know, the people from South used to bring their stoves and line it up on the pavements at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, I do remember my grandfather actually telling me about how they used to go up to watch matches, carry their cooler, their food, all sorts of stuff to take in the action every single day.
You know, and it was so, I mean, heartbreaking for me to see, 100, 200 spectators. And the great Sunil Gavaskar was there.
I do remember that match very well. I remember it ending in a draw at that time. I would have had one of my final exams at UE around that time. So I do remember the date itself quite well.
It's Pereira, is it? Number 27.
First sighting of spin just as we speak about India.
Yes. First time we've seen spin for the morning, I believe, Dylan.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Usually a very good ground for spin here, but a bit of extra grass on the surface. We'll have to see how it acts.
Left arm orthodox spin. Pereira. Ronald Starr. Bowling for Flamingos. 87 for 4 in 14.1. And we all recall Sunil Gavaskar, who made his debut against the West Indies in the second test in March, April of 1971. And he always has this love for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's definitely well loved in Trinidad and Tobago.
And I can imagine, as nudges it down to just a short third man for a single, I could imagine how disappointed he was to see 400, 500 spectators in a West Indies India Test match. And why is it that the arenas, hold on a minute, Hayes leaves that outside the off stump. Why is it that we having such a paucity of spectators for West Indies Test cricket? And the simple reason is
Back straight at him. Good effort off of his own bowling.
the simple reason is, in my estimation, and I'm sure hundreds of others, Pereira again, Yes, Dylan. The simple reason, in my estimation, and probably thousands of others, the West Indies are not winning test matches. They're not winning. There's, hardly ex-players on the West Indies side.
It does come down to that. Those performances really do make you wonder whether it's worth going to the matches or not as a spectator.
Yes.
And it is a concerning development to see, because from a sustainability standpoint, it does become more difficult to put on these tours when you have no one showing up to the ground to really continue spurring on the team and continue to keep the finances flowing as well.
Yes. But look what is happening across the continent, Dylan. Australia versus India. Recently, 5 test matches. You see what happened there?
There's a record-breaking viewership there.
The largest attendance at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. 373,000 people witnessing the 4 test match at Melbourne over 5 days. And back in the days of the heyday of West Indies cricket, as Sir Clive Lloyd, former skipper, stated. Matthews again.
Pulled confidently there from Mahis.
Mahis rocking back onto his back of his crease and pummeled that ball through square leg for a fantastic shot, really. Not a man move.
Tempted bouncer there from Matthews, just not well directed enough, allowed Mahis to sit back and pull that. There's no one there to even take a catch if even it was to land short.
Yes. Actually, there's just one man really deepish on the onside, with the exception of the mid-on. There's long leg and that mid-wicket area. There's a big space between there. And then, Dylan, you have read about this 2-tier system now that the ICC is considering. West Indies in the back end and the big countries on the top end. The big countries, ICC raking in money with, if you have those kind of crowds, sponsorship, they will, the sponsorship is unevenly distributed and the money is unevenly distributed.
I think that's been a long-standing issue with the ICC for quite some time now. I don't think that's anything new.
Oh, that's a lovely shot for one. Nice balance there by Mahis.
We'll see after what we saw in Pakistan that might as well put us in our second tier. But I think there's a lot of discussion about the tier system, and a lot of people seem to have differing views on it. And I think also a lot of people aren't too clear. I think the ICC haven't really made this too clear about whether it would be a set-in-stone system or if it would be promotion and relegation. Because I'm all for the promotion-relegation system.
Yes, good endorsement. Just want to add to that, the former chairman, Greg Barkley, he mentioned about the splitting of the West Indies into islands.
Well, that I don't quite.
Different islands. We really fighting for finances at the moment to fully develop West Indies cricket into various territorial boards. And now he's talking about, splitting the islands. Where's that money coming from?
That's one issue, but also it's just on a bilateral series. As a country like England or Australia, you're not going to just tour one island.
Yes. But in the past we have had the so-called connoisseurs of cricket, whether spectators or other, saying that, well, this country should go alone. This country should go alone. We have the better cricketers, because insularity, as you may understand, we didn't hear too much about that back in the halcyon days of West Indian cricket. How many Guyanese, how many Barbadian, how many, Jamaicans But every man is looking for their own. Well, not in all cases and not in every day, but it's a general sentiment still.
Just through that gap, and it's gonna run close to the boundary, just slowing up in that heavy outfield. So gonna come back for a third run.
Yeah, that's a lovely square drive from Rambaran, isn't it? Or Mahis.
Finishes off the over. It's gonna be 99 for 4.
On strike, facing Pereira. We have a man on the deep cover boundary. Backward point. Straight mid off. Backward square. Mid wicket. A man on the long on boundary, man on the square leg boundary. Dylan, it's a pretty, what do you think, a wide field?
Well, that's nicely put away from Mahis for 4 more runs. Just sort of a half sweep there. He's able to make use of that gap, that deep fine leg, and just tuck it away. 31 runs partnership now coming up.
Fairly quick time, 33 balls. Mahis and Rambaran together. 2 left-handers. No close-in fielder. So just about pushing around the singles and waiting for the bad delivery, Dylan. And so there's a gap on the offside. Man on the deep backward point. Man on the deep square leg on the onside. It's about cricket, rotation of the strike when you get a good ball, the ability to find the gaps, and Brian Lara was great at finding the gaps. Lara's book is out, as you know.
He specifically talked about finding the gaps in the book as well.
The England Chronicles. I just saw him yesterday or the day before yesterday at Naparima College.
Yes, I would have attended Naparima College
back
in the day.
Really? Bandu, the new bowler.
If only his book would have come out a few years before, I would have gotten to see it up close and have a few words with him.
Well, I think, you have to commend Dave Posada, one Dave Posada I have been reading, who sponsored the purchase of the books and organized Lara's visit to Naparima. I'm hoping he can come to my school soon, Astra Boys College in Charleville. A retired teacher there, of course. Retired for the last 3 years. Had a great run at Astra Boys Charleville as well as San Fernando.
What did you specialize in teaching? Get back to that after this delivery. Tossing it up right away. Does tend to put a lot of flight on it, does Ryan Bandu.
Oh yes, teaching, such a noble profession. One thing about teaching, and I could be supported by the majority of teachers in the world. Bandu to Mahis. Leaves that outside the off stump. Its ability and the dedication to transform lives. I'm sure you remember some of your teachers who spurred you on, who made a difference to your life.
Driven there nicely from Mahis. One more run, yes, and there are certain teachers that really leave a mark. When you do look back, it's not just about the work, it's about those life lessons as well.
Excellent. And I was also an acting dean of discipline. He pulls that. It's gone for 4. Down to the left of mid-wicket boundary.
I think it went all the way for 6, actually.
6? Oh my gosh. Yes, the umpire is signaling 6.
He was close to completing a catch on the boundary there, but it just went over his head.
Rambaran is now putting on the accelerator.
I think this is what he does well. He knows when to sort of push ahead in his innings. He doesn't look to rush into it too early. He knows what to build an innings.
Fluent drive from Rambaran down to deep extra.
I mean, when you look at teaching as a profession as well, after 18 overs, 112 for 4, also have to recognize that all of those distinguished professions that you look at afterwards, it all would have started as a result of teaching. Teachers
Of course.
would be building that up at the start, and a lot of times they don't get that recognition. Of course, it's not what you sign up for, the recognition, but it makes so much more of a difference than is really sort of spoken about.
And schools do have their internal problems with discipline. And
Just went past that slip fielder there.
let's face it, Dylan,
Single.
teachers are second parents to students, almost for half the day, or most of the day. And I'm not going to pronounce teachers who are not dedicated or not, but I could say this safely, that the majority, I think all public sector.
Pereira, they're getting a bit of extra bounce on that occasion. Just changed up his angle a bit. Now running in front of the umpire, coming through the wicket. Then getting back to his round the wicket line.
The majority of teachers are hardworking and committed. I could speak for myself and hundreds and thousands of others. I made a difference. So Pereira maintaining that kind of middle leg line. His second consecutive delivery. Mahis has tickled it around the corner with no run. I would think now he might look at sweeping if it's still going down the leg. Well, he's pulled it. And that's gone for 4.
Similar area to where you got that previous boundary against Pereira as well. He is looking to target that area of the field, it seems, especially with that line that Pereira is bowling, as you would have alluded to.
Coming back, to Lara's book, The England Chronicles. That book is solely based on his Test experience against England, and I think the next book, Brian, I'm hoping that you're not gonna hit me for 6 for saying this. I think your next book might be against the Australian Chronicles.
Right. Had a feeling you were going to see that.
Yes.
2 of his favorite teams.
Yes, and The history of Lara's career, starting from just a little boy at Harvard Clinic, is astounding for any youngster to read about or to know about. I've read so many of Lara's books. Well, he has had about 2 other books before this, you know. Clifford Narain, the publisher down in Macoya, he wrote a book on Lara too. Royards Publishing.
This is going to scurry back for a second. So 119 for 4 to finish off the 19th over. Really do think that they should get a bit more of those foreign cricket books in Trinidad as well. I'm not a huge reader, but cricket being something that I love so much, do wish that I had access to a few more books from other former cricketers as well.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
We'll definitely look at picking up that Lara book.
And then, you know, you mentioned about, I mean, everybody has a story to tell. International players have written so many books about themselves, or by autobiography or biography.
Pandu continues and continuing to toss it up as well. I think he'd want to certainly make a statement here. Would have played in the same tournament last year. Did quite well, got called up for the warm-up matches against Bangladesh as well last year. Well, just the singular warm-up match.
I think.
Oh,
Is he gone, or is
yes,
he's dropped that?
dropping that, and is gonna run away to the boundary as well to add insult to injury.
Pandu getting the edge of, is it Rambaran?
Was Rambaran there?
Edge going to first slip. Chance there.
We do want to take those chances. Slip fielders there for a reason, specifically to take those chances.
123 for 4 could have been for 5.
And it does bring up that 50 partnership as well.
Wow, Chance went up begging there.
Would have been a key wicket for the Flamingos as well, because just as we say, that 50 partnership comes up, it has been a good rebuilding effort by these two.
Definitely, and I would think, you know, Ibis would have loved to have that wicket.
This time cut for just 1.
Dylan, what do you think is a good score on this surface at the moment? 123 for 4, 19 overs. What, is it a 50 over match?
I think on this surface you'd probably be looking at maybe around 250. It is difficult to see given the new nature of this pitch and what we've seen in previous seasons.
That's a good, seems to be a good batting surface. It's evenly paced, not many balls or none I've seen keeping low. Now Rambaran would now be looking to take advantage of that chance. It was on 28, I believe. Field is pretty spread out. Singles are coming easy, Dylan.
Certainly are. 20 overs now, 125 for 4.
So Rambaran and Mahis doing quite well. Keshav, 50-run partnership and building as we continue with this match. National Cricket Centre under beautiful conditions. Ibis versus Flamingos.
Flight on this occasion from Pereira, inside edge from Mahis. These two batsmen have been doing a good job at rebuilding the innings, as mentioned by Dylan previously. Came in at a time where a couple wickets went quickly within the space of 2 to 3 overs. Matthews, in his first 2 overs, picked up a wicket each. Rambaran slashes hard at that one, goes uppishly, but into that vacant position on the offside, so stands safely in the end. But that drop catch in the previous over of the bat of Rambaran, you just wonder how costly that is going to be to the Flamingos, because a batsman of his nature and temperament, he's not going to take any more chances easily. He's the sort of player, Rambaran, once he gets himself in, it's really difficult to get him out.
Yes, he's been in pretty good form recently. And it seems to me in the last couple of seasons, Keshav, he seems to be in a more productive form of batsmanship.
Well, definitely, you can see the maturity in his game all around. And as indicated by many persons who know him, both on and off the field, he represents that sort of maturity as a player, as a batsman, bowler, fielder, and just as a general human being. He has that ability to just take his time and to exude calm. Let's see a nice solid defense there.
But whenever you see young players, you know, improving on themselves, there's an element of obviously hard work. Hard work and dedication and commitment to their profession. And it's an all-round situation where to reach where you want to reach, you have to work hard, but you also have to work smart.
Well, I like the fact that you refer to it as a profession, because I think many players these days do not appreciate the seriousness or intensity of cricket when they have to go to the higher level. When you leave from playing secondary school and zonal cricket and youth cricket to step up to the senior level, yeah, it's a totally different mindset, because as anyone with a job, you have performance indicators, you have performance appraisals.
Correct.
And if you're not doing good, you're not going to get your job renewed. Similarly in cricket, when these batsmen get their chance, bowlers, fielders, wicket keepers, anyone on the field of play, if they don't perform and they don't show that consistency, then the selection will also reflect same. So it's always about maintaining the fact that this is a job at the end of the day if you're taking it professionally. You have to give your dedication, your time, your efforts. That's driven nicely straight along the ground from Mahis. And really it's just about treating it with the respect it deserves, because we both know it's sport and we love sport, but sometimes sport can be used as a hobby, but it can also be a profession. When you take it as a profession, you really and truly have to sacrifice, dedicate, and prioritize the sport as if it were a means to an end, which it is in fact for many of these players when they step up to that level.
Oh, exactly, well said. And performances, as you mentioned, are subject to scrutiny. What I mean by that is that you score 100 or you get 5 wickets. Let's have a look at this ball from Bandu. Bandu cut it to, went to No run. Eh? Yes, and let's hold on a second here. Off the back foot, plays it to mid wicket. Yes, we talk about performances and the improvement of performances. So you get, let's say, at international level. When you reach international level, you want to stay at international level, Keshav. Right? So you have a good performance, 5 wickets, 100. But it doesn't stop there. Let me give you a classic example. Brian Lara's 277 against Australia, his first 100, which was a double 100 at Sydney back in 1993. Rohan Kanhai was the manager, the great Rohan Kanhai. Master West Indian batsman, Rohan Babulal Kanhai. Played his last international match for the West Indies in 1975, the World Cup, Prudential World Cup final. Clive Lloyd, 5th wicket partnership of 149 with Clive Lloyd to propel West Indies for the first ever World Cup victory, 1975. Pereira. And Lara scored a 277. Run out.
Pulled away from Rambaran, too short from Pereira on that occasion, just a single.
Had Lara been not run out, and there was a contention that, well, Carl Hooper assisted in the run out, but let's leave it like that. Good morning, Carl Hooper. Good afternoon, sorry. And Lara's on the way for 300, but during the innings, the break, I think he got a call from Sobers. And the conversation like, make it big, make this score big. But when he was out, Rohan Kanhai, as I have read it, mentioned to Lara, great knock, son, to that effect. But your next innings, Keshav, start at 0. So your last innings is just as good as your first.
In the air from Rambaran, but again into a vacant part of the field and just crosses the boundary rope for 4. So Rambaran taking advantage of that drop chance earlier and now looking to accelerate in the run scoring. Played a couple upper shots off of the bowling of Pereira, but all of them have been safely played into the gap. So batting intelligently here is Rambaran. And as you just said, Ariza, every innings starts at 0. And many of these batsmen, they seem to forget the need to recharge and reset. It's driven nicely for Rambaran. And even in addition to that, many of these young players as well, sometimes they tend to score runs in the practice nets when there are no runs to be scored. It's all about the mindset. It's a beautiful drive from Rambaran. Should get a couple. But yes, some people, the example I'm making is that when you're batting in the nets, you might think, oh, this shot might go for 4. This shot might go for 6. Not knowing the field, the parameters, the different factors to take into account as the 23rd over comes to an end, 144 for the loss of 4. And it's just about the mindset. What you do in practice is what you will end up doing in a game. So if you practice the wrong thing, you will do the wrong thing in a match. If you practice the right thing, then it will only naturally happen. So, for example, right now, clubs around Trinidad and Tobago are preparing for the start of the 2-day format, whether it be in the Premier 1, Premier 2, or zonal divisions. That's the first format that they are going into.
Yes.
In the middle of the Premier 1 2-day season, the T20 competition is being hosted. And it's during the 2-day competition, after the T20 competition is concluded, then the 2-day resumes. And I actually like the fact that it puts a novel idea for these players in that they have to be able to adapt to the formats when required. It's not that you can play one format from X to Y and then you have to change entirely your mindset when going into Z. You have to carry that same mentality across the board. Yes, in shorter formats, you have to score quicker, you have to play different types of shots, but you have to have that mentality to switch and adapt when needed.
Yeah, good point. And just to mention or add to what you're saying to me, saying to us, the all format playing, what we see all format, and what I mean, of course, 50 over test match, T20. I get the feeling and impression that young players are playing a lot of T20 and T10 cricket these days. So my question to you, just hold a sec.
Made nicely for a single, so Rambaran just continuing his work.
Yes. So we have, of course, back in the days, we had all of these international players playing a lot of 4-day and test cricket. And then they transitioned to shorter form of the cricket. Is that a concentration issue? That the adaptation is a little more pressure for you to transform from 4-day, from T20 to test cricket or first class cricket?
I think it's really just a matter of the mental strength and the attitude of the players as well, because with the advent of these shorter formats, T20 and T10 all over the globe,
yes,
you also know that it's linked with franchise cricket as well as where the dollars are being made. So the mindset of plenty cricketers who are up and coming, they might prefer that shorter format and no longer have aspirations for the longer format, because the modern nature of the game has changed to the point that even in test cricket we are seeing some T10, T20 and T10 shots being played.
Exactly, and that's my pinpoint statement.
If you look at that same series you were just mentioning with India and Australia, the different contests between batsmen and bowlers, Sam Constance making his debut,
yes.
playing reverse coops the Jasprit Bumrah, the number one bowler in the world. Rishabh Pant his side, reeling, losing quick wickets and still trying to paddle sweep. It's pulled away. Oh, and it stopped with the boot. Hope he's all right. He's just checking to make sure, but that ball was traveling with quite some speed.
You mentioned Constant, the young Australian opener, ramping Bumrah to the fence for 4 or 6. In this last test match, I saw Warrican playing a lot of reverse sweeps against the Pakistani players. I don't want to sound too critical, but Athenaeus down here against South Africa, reverse sweeping when he was on 92.
And threw away his 100
Yes.
because I was there watching the match live in the Oval.
Yes.
And prior to his dismissal, Keshav Maharaj, who was bowling, sent the fielder back a few steps and flighted that ball and was much slower through the air, as if saying, here, hit me. And sent the fielder back because he predicted that Athenaeus was going to play that shot. And right on cue, he was dismissed. If the fielder was in the same position, it might have very well gone over his head. But again, thinking cricketers, intelligent cricketers, would be looking at every aspect. You have to be all-encompassing. A 360 view as we are live from Cricket 360. New bowler into the attack. The captain, Rajiv Ramnath, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Desperately need a breakthrough because Mahesh and Rambaran going along very nicely. Don't seem to be too troubled by any of the deliveries that they have faced recently. Apart from that drop catch off of Rambaran. No real chances on offer.
Yes, there's definitely on a platform the score close to maybe 220, 250 at this rate. Lots of overs to go. They're perched nicely at 149 for 4. Mahesh 42, Ramaran 33.
Paddle sweep there from Mahesh, just as we were mentioning the innovative shots. Now the thing is, because cricket is changing, technology, types of shots, deliveries, all of these aspects, it's not entirely negative to see some of the attributes of the shorter version of the game being introduced in the longer format. However, it's to maintain the essential elements of cricket as we know it and not let it fade away entirely. For example, when you look at England and the baseball style of play, England tries to win a test match within 3 days. That's their goal no matter what. And it's about scoring quickly, scoring aggressively, and putting the opposition on the back foot, setting one huge total and trying to bowl the opposition out twice. Well, that's a strategy by all means they can adopt because they have players who can suit that style. But if you think about West Indies, for example, that same South Africa test you mentioned, I'm not sure if you recall when Craig Brathwaite came out and actually chipped down the crease and tried to play aggressively and was dismissed cheaply. And the irony was Brathwaite was criticized for scoring too slowly in the previous innings. His strike rate was around 30 odd. And he tried to switch his game, play aggressively, and it did not work either. So it's all about backing yourself and what you're comfortable doing and playing to your strengths. It's 25 going the halfway mark of the innings, 152 for 4. Scarlet Ibis going along nicely at this stage.
Just a last comment. About, it takes one ball for a batsman to get out. A bowler can make amends on his bad deliveries. One ball for a batsman. So when you hear Lara scoring 500, 400, or 300, that's an immaculate sense of mental concentration. And how does that develop?
Excellent point there. I'd like to thank you, Riza, for all of the knowledge and history that you have shared with us. Definitely looking forward to some more of those wonderful insights. So I'm now rejoined by the multi-talented Dylan Sharma. Bandu continues. Tucked into the leg side for a single from Mahes. Goes on to 46, inching closer to that half-century mark. Single followed by a dot delivery from Bandu. Rambaran just carrying on that form from the North-South Classic. Really had an excellent game. The first innings for North scored 84 from 107 deliveries, batted 152 minutes, 11 fours, and a 1-6 healthy strike rate of 78.5.
It was magnificent performance from him.
Yeah, definitely a brilliant player. In the second innings for North, also scored a half century, made 57 from 121 deliveries, batted 137 minutes and 7 fours. Showing two contrasting types of innings, but very much needed in the context. Uppishly. Let's see if in the end from Mahes. Pushing for 2. And they get there in the end. That's excellent running, must be said.
That second innings was really something in that North-South Classic. Was right after his dismissal that things really went, you could say, south.
But being from South myself, I would have no complaints.
Well, I also wouldn't have much complaints with that.
Yes, I think in fairness, Dylan, North was winning the trophy a bit too often. And it was about time that South put up a fighting contest. It was really good to see them capture the trophy 26 gone, 157 for 4. Of course, with the experience of Jason Mohammed, veteran at this point, he guided the troops. It's a wonderful victory in that game. At some point, I think everyone looking on believed it was going to be a draw, based on the fact that the pitch was certainly there for batsmen. It was a batsman's paradise. Many of the players got scores in the double digits and 30 up.
I think everyone was questioning that batting from the South team, batting so long into the final day, but worked out for them in the end.
I must admit, I was also one of those. I was just wondering if they were playing for the draw and just making use of the fact that, the players have to get their opportunity out in the middle. Mahias plays this down to long on, and that would bring up his half century. Well played there from the youngster. Now acknowledging the supporters. Has been a really good knock from Anderson Mahias. Started off aggressively with some boundaries, and then innings matured.
It was a lucky start to the innings from him.
Very much so.
And interestingly, since then he's raced ahead of Andrew Rambaran. Rambaran would have come to the crease a few deliveries before he did, but really capitalized upon it. I mean, both similar strike rates, but he's just faced a lot more.
Lovely sweep shot from Rambaran. Sanka giving chase, and he gets there. So just 2 in the end, but one of the shots that he plays ever well, Andrew Rambaran. Mahias that 50 coming up in 58 deliveries, 6 fours, no sixes, strike rate of 86.2. Exactly what you're looking for in this 50 over format.
That singular six we would have seen from Rambaran. Would have just teased the fielder all the way.
I think anyone who's looking on at this cricket should definitely take a page out of the book of Andrew Rambaran and ensure that he has all of the shots in display. But his temperament is what's to be idolized. When it's a good ball, respect it. When it's a bad ball, put it away. End of the over, 27 gone, 160 for 4. See the ground staff just making some turns around the ground and showing that even off the field of play, conditions are pristine. Really is a wonderful venue here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva.
How would you see the new pitch has played? Bit of extra grass.
I must say I'm personally impressed with it. For the first time playing on the pitch, one might have expected a lot of uneven bounce and unsureties as Amrit Das comes into the attack. Left arm wrist spinner.
It really did confuse me for a bit there. I didn't realize there were 2 wrist spinners in this team. 2 left arm wrist spinners.
And just recently, Dylan, I'm sure you would recall, there was a cry for more wrist spinners in the Caribbean. As in, when we were talking about our batsmen and the ability to play spin and the fact that we don't have much wrist spinners to give us that contest, or even right arm leg spinners, here we have 2 left arm wrist spinners in the same lineup.
We really need to look after all these left arm wrist spinners and right arm as well, because there's a rare breed of cricketer, especially in the Caribbean as of late as well. And we see as well from the right-arm spinners who have made their way up. They do take quite a while to mature, like Yannick Carrier and Hayden Walsh Jr. have had good Super 50 seasons recently, but haven't quite been able to translate that internationally.
And that's a really good point, because it just goes to show you the huge gap between the regional level cricket and the international standard that's required.
What it also does is it sort of highlights the, I guess, deficiencies in the batting as well. Does make the wickets easier to come by, and also makes it more difficult for those bowlers to build upon whether they want to, how they sort of set up batsmen.
Yep. Continuing, skipper for the Central Southwest Flamingos, trying to get a breakthrough for his team. Former under 19 player as well, under 17, came up through the ranks. Member of that Best Motors Marching Patriots team. And a number of these youngsters are in fact playing at the Premier 1 level, some of them at the Premier 2 level. Andrew Rambaran had a spectacular season last year with Mary Boys, club out of Diego Martin.
Big premiership season coming up. Good to see that he would have sort of evolved those performances now into, we saw Super 50 and then North South.
Yeah, he really just shows you, even from a couple of years ago, Dylan, when we were observing him in the secondary schools cricket league, and even last year he was still in that league. For a young player, he always showed that he had talent and ability as well as performance beyond his years. It's 29 completed, 164 for 4. Spinners just getting through their overs quickly. I think at this stage, with just 21 overs left, what target do you think would be a good score for the Scarlet Ibis to set?
Well, I would have been asked this question not too long ago. It was said around 250. I think I'll up that to 270 now, given this batting performance. Well, a full toss there. Not put away by the batsman. Count himself lucky, Amrit Das.
But Das is definitely not afraid to flight the ball, which is a positive thing in terms of giving it air and trying to deceive the batsman. Just has to ensure to find the right length. Doesn't want to over pitch.
Both these spinners love a bit of flight.
And he's been quite economical.
Definitely more economical than Bandu so far. seems to be a bit more consistent on where he's pitching it, apart from that full toss, of course.
Yeah, and I think the extra flight that he has on offer compared to Bandu is just toying with the minds of the batsmen. Because you can see sometimes as if they're just setting up themselves to go over the top. But long off and long on, both out on a boundary.
It is something that I don't think all spinners really put into their bowling. It's not just about spin off the pitch, it's about the flight and the angles and how you can toy with the batsman. As a off spinner yourself, you would know that.
Yes, and definitely flight is one of the main tools that I use when having a bowl. 30 overs gone. 165 for 4. Partnership into the 90s. And the players are going to have a break for drinks. We'll take a short break in the booth and rejoin you in a bit.
Back now after the drinks break, and Ramnath captain to continue.
The sun definitely scorching out there, so players needed some hydration.
I know Mr. Lalman on camera was also talking about the sun out there as well. Well, actually just looked out on the little roof area. I seen some raindrops on there as well.
It's one of those things that that is the beauty of being in an island such as Trinidad and Tobago. Brilliant sunshine out on the field of play, yet there are still droplets falling from the sky. I don't think they would mind that at all.
Well, sometimes it might just make it worse because of the humidity factor.
Correct. They're not even seeing much grey clouds around, to be honest. I think just maybe over the head of the commentary booth. It's played uppishly from Mahias. Work for long off to do and doesn't get there in time.
It was played very well in the end from Mahis. Saw that opportunity and found the gap.
Yeah, Bandu was given chase from that long off area, but did not get down in time. They need a breakthrough here. The Flamingos. Mahis and Rambaran seem totally unfazed. Mahis already approaching 60 and Rambaran approaching his half century.
The great thing about this partnership is that he's going about it quite nicely as he has there again. Work in the deep. Just one in the end, and what it has allowed Rambaran to do is just play quite comfortably. He hasn't been forced to really go at it unless it's there. So it's always about partnerships when it comes to batting and bowling.
And another aspect is based on the fact that they started their innings aggressively as the 100-run partnership has come up. And that's an excellent stance from Rambaran and Mahis. It really just shows the maturity of the pair at the wicket. And that's something that we have been lacking in all forms of cricket in the region. Sure, these batsmen would want to go on to get big individual scores as well. Mahis with the chance to get a century, Rambaran chance to get a half century, and depends on if he accelerates into another gear, can also look for 100 himself. 19 odd overs left. It pulls out the reverse and gets it over the head of the fielder at that was a backward point position on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Runs away for 4. He is pulling out all the tricks here, Dylan.
Well, I think that does work to his advantage here. He has played quite a amount of deliveries here, 71 so far, and looking to push things along a bit more. Is definitely capable of doing so, and definitely picked his area well. There's no one in the deep.
Comes down the ground, in the air, but lands short of the fielder, Matthews.
Well, it did look to be a lot bigger than it was in the end. Stepped out of his crease confidently and just won in the end.
And when you look at Mahis, he's not the biggest or strongest of characters. He does time the ball really well. Gain flight on offer in the air, and is that an excellent catch taken diving forward? It seems to be from the reaction of the players. I think the umpire is just consulting to confirm, and he is confirmed by accepting the ball from the fielder. So Rambaran has to go and flight working for Das. That was looped quite high in the air and dipped on Rambaran to a very low full toss, you would say. Rambaran trying to sweep that into the leg side and just holding out. It's a good catch taken, diving forward.
Do have to wonder. So Mahis getting comfortable there, going with the aggressive mindset, and really was no need for both batsmen to go at the same time. It's also going against the spin there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Timely wicket here for the Flamingos.
I would think that Rambaran would have liked to reach to his 50 first and then go into that more aggressive attacking mood. However, in fairness to him, it's a shot that he plays very well, and the ball was there for it to be hit. So it's just an unfortunate situation where it was a good catch taken diving forward. Not to say that he just gave up his wicket easily, but I'm sure that would be hurting in Andrew Rambaran, a man who likes to bat long and bat deep. I've wanted to get his half century, but as we mentioned, batting aggressively, Sion Hackett comes to the crease. Now, Hackett, I've seen him for the last few years, involved with the Queen's Park Cricket Club setup, as well as with the combined campuses and colleges in the T10 leagues, the T20 format, and even from just looking at him in the under-23. He has really developed into a true all-around player. Does bowl a nice right arm, medium fast, and with the bat, he has matured quite a lot into playing intelligent innings, has the ability to hit the ball very cleanly and very far. In fact, just this week, he made 101 not out in a trial match for the CCC at the UE St. Augustine grounds. So he's in a rich vein of form, is Hackett. Look to capitalize on that. And immediately off the mark. Full toss into the body. Initially, I thought he would have probably looked to hit that on the leg side, but first delivery just playing through the V's, getting himself back into gear.
Don't think he expected that delivery first up.
And you know those types of deliveries can easily out you when you least expect them.
Remember, quite a while ago, great Ravi Ashwin would have said that in T20 cricket, sometimes it's about bowling 6 well-constructed bad deliveries.
Ashwin was one of the more intelligent bowlers you would have seen around international cricket.
I think he changed his bowling action every year.
Yes, subtle variations. And also he uses the crease a lot. His movement on the crease left to right, or even bowling on the crease or a couple steps back. 32 gone, 179 for 5. Mahir stopped scoring 66 of 73. Rambaran, most recent to depart, 38 of 52. And Christian Mangra opened the batting, 34. Mangra was looking really well set and played a rash shot for his departure. Some of the spectators coming out on this lovely Sunday. Encourage all of those looking on to our stream on Cricket 360 to continue to stay tuned for the rest of this game as well as the rest of this tournament.
It's not a good sign. That seems like less spectators than what I saw earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I think the midday sun as well as the lunchtime hour might have just had them going to grab a bite to eat and return. Well, we definitely do encourage persons to come out and support these youngsters in person, as well as continue to take part in the live stream.
They might have gone down Gilbert Park to see what Bachelor Chef has on offer.
And that's the beauty of living in a country where you can go from one ground to another in the space of 15 minutes and get to see top quality cricket being played. Hackett, first delivery from Ramnath.
Have to continue putting on pressure to these batsmen, of course, with the right hand, left hand partnership now as well. Does become a bit more difficult.
So from just looking at the lineup of the Flamingos, they have used most of their bowlers. They still have the likes of Kyle Balraj, bowls a nice right arm medium pace, has not been given the ball in hand as yet, but right now spin seems to be dominating. Of course, we saw the left arm orthodox of Pereira, left arm wrist spin of Bandu, Das, pacers Sanka, Manik, Matthews. And he's bowled him through the gates. Rajiv Ramnath strikes, runs away in celebration. A key wicket that of the batsman in form for the Scarlet Ibis and leading the run scoring at this stage. Anderson Mahes played all around that delivery. I think might have just been the drifter from Rajiv Ramnath. Beaten between bat and pad and going on to hit the middle stump. You can see how much that wicket meant to them, as the huddle, which is usually around the pitches, in fact closer to the boundary rope, because of how far he ran to celebrate. Your thoughts on that wicket, Dylan?
Well, just as you said, the drifter didn't do too much off the pitch. He did it more in the air, really. It was a great piece of bowling. Ramnath, in his fifth over, just coming to the end of his fifth over, he's been quite cheap. 1 for 17 so far. And just building that pressure, especially to the left-handers that he was bowling to, has paid off. I think what we saw from the wrist spinners was, yeah, we did see that wicket, but at times they were just letting the pressure up a bit. You do get that with wrist spin. Now Vinder Singh joins Sion Hackett. So again, two relatively new batsmen at the crease, similar to what we saw earlier with Mahes and Rambaran.
So in fact, it's Ravinder Ramlal coming to the crease.
I will say I do have two friends named Arvinda and one named Ravindra, and I do mix them up on occasion.
It's only natural, by all means. End of the over from Ramnath. Single to end it, as Ramlal got off the mark right away. 182 for 6. 33 gone. Oh, it's well bowled from Das. I really like the flight that he is using, I must say.
Really have been impressed with what I've seen here, especially when you contrasting with Bandu. Both components of flight. It's a bit more accurate as Das.
The flight definitely seems to be working for him, because many of the batsmen, they seem very much tempted to play the aggressive shot once that ball loops in the air. I think they're just second guessing it, because the boundaries at the National Cricket Centre are not the smallest. Tucked down to the vacant fine leg region and pushed hard for the second. Oh, an attempt at the bowler's end.
You can tell in the field that they weren't too happy with that on the boundary line there. Didn't want them to get back for the second, so the ball came in and sort of lost their cool a bit as it came in. Always need to stay calm in those situations. Always have more time than you think.
Hackett looking very much like a man in form. Just continuing to tick the scoring board over. Not letting any dot balls pile up. Two new batsmen at the crease. Have an easy time. Uppishly from Ramlal, but just wide of Ramnath at that short cover catching position. You see sometimes in the two-day league format, see two short cover fielders being employed within that inner circle.
I wonder when I see those two short cover fielders, haven't always understood it. Do you just elaborate on that a bit?
Yes, so essentially the idea behind putting two fielders in that short cover catching position as 34 completed 187 for 6 is exactly the result of the delivery you saw before from Das. So when you have a spin bowler that's flighting, in fact it has even been used for pacers as well. Sometimes depending on the batsman, of course we know in local cricket many players know each other, so they know which batsmen tend to play a bit uppishly, and if they tend to just lift their head when driving, or sometimes if you take pace off of the ball, you might get them to just play that ball in the air. So if the fielder is traditionally back on the 30-yard circle or just inside, the ball would not reach him in the air, but it would die just before. If you put the two short cover fielders there, it also puts some mental pressure in the mind of the batsman, in that he cannot take any chance to drive uppishly, and if he does, he has to go over the head. So it does have a significant impact on the mental and physical style of play.
Is sort of underrated aspect of feeling. It isn't always about where you want the catch to go, it's about sort of where you want the batsman to play the ball.
Yeah, it's also saying to the batsman, I'm putting two fielders next to each other, so I'm opening a gap. So it's almost tempting them, as if to say, the two fielders are here where you are comfortable playing your drives. I'm opening the gap and encouraging you to play shots that are not your usual or not your strength. So when you try to make something out of nothing, you can lead to a wicket.
So that's what the sort of the greatest batsmen always get you to do, is change up your field so many times, have different plans to get them out. Remember back when Steve Smith was at his peak, there was always a argument over whether you want to set an offside field or a leg side field to him. because he was always so good at getting it through the leg side. You didn't know if to play to his strengths or his weakness.
And based on what we saw in that last series against India, I don't know if it makes sense to set fielders on either side, because Steve Smith was batting on an off stump on some of the occasions, moving back and across to around first or second slip, and still playing the ball on the leg side. So he was using his strength to the maximum effect. And even if the bowlers decided to follow the stumps, as in they knew he was going to step outside and back and across to the off, if they decided to keep the ball on the wicket, because of his strength on the leg side, he would still be able to get some connection. And in fact, a good ball that may be on the line of the wicket might be a bad ball for him, because he can pull it or flick it as if it was on his pads. 35 gone, 189 for 6.
Remember, before that series started, I would have told someone that Steve Smith would score a double century. Well, he didn't score a double century, but he scored 2 centuries in the series, so was halfway right.
And he was looking set for a double century when he made his first century. He was looking really set to go on further. Sometimes, you know, when you just have that break in play, you go not out at the end of one day and come back the next day. You have to start over. But, you know, just different factors, different conditions led to his wicket being taken. And, of course, the brilliance of Jasprit Bumrah. I don't think anyone can undervalue how significant his contribution was. In fact, Dylan, if it was not for Bumrah, do you think that India might have even bowled out Australia in any of the innings?
It really have been difficult for them to do a lot, because it was really otherworldly what Bumrah was doing in that series. You haven't really seen someone go through a series with such an average and strike rate. And the Australian batsmen really had no answer to him. And even one thing I don't quite understand about the Indian fast bowling stocks in that series is that on the last tour they had less as far as bowling. They didn't have Bumrah for the final few matches. They don't think they had Shami in the final few matches either. They were going with Siraj, who was leading the attack at that point, and Natarajan and Thakur, and I wouldn't say they were low-rated bowlers, but certainly not as experienced or as highly rated as some that you would have seen this time, well, particularly Bumrah.
It just goes to show you the effect of having that main strike bowler in your lineup. He just makes everyone else raise their level and their performance to reach to his standard. As you saw when Siraj was bowling in partnership with Bumrah, he was a totally different bowler to when he had to bowl by himself, when Bumrah came off the field with that injury. It just seemed as if the entire attack was depleted for a minute. Prasidh Krishna definitely stepped up and, you know, tried his best. But it was so noticeable, the absence of the world's leading bowler in Test match cricket.
I must say it's almost as if they have too many options to choose from.
And spoiled for choice, right?
Because when you look back at some of the previous bowlers they were using in tours before that, you think about Jaidev Unadkat, should have maybe been given a chance, or Mukesh Kumar. I think both of them would have played last time they came to West Indies. They're very experienced, especially on just hitting a length and line. Almost wonder why they would have gone with some more younger options, maybe just for that extra piece that you tend to contend with in Australia, but you don't see that as much recently in Australia. You see a lot more movement and skill bowling, and you wonder if England might fall into that trap when the Ashes comes up.
And that Ashes is certainly going to be a treat to behold.
You're not going to be able to get a hold of me.
Just a couple tucked down the fine leg.
Of course, at Ashes you're going to have Ben Stokes complaining about the over 8 penalties. We're now almost 3 hours into this game, and we're only 36 overs into the first innings. Has always been something I talk about, the over 8. I think need to have that discipline from an early age, because the sanctions have become more and more pressing in recent times.
Very good point there indeed. If you don't start it from now, then when you get older and accustomed to doing the wrong thing from young, it becomes a force of habit. Another sweep shot from Hackett, but again straight to Pereira. And we saw the umpires prior to the start of this over having a chat and looking at their watches. So I think they definitely have indicated to the captain of the fielding team that they need to get a move on. Could very well be a reason why you're seeing spin mainly employed from both ends as well. I mean, we know during the middle overs you always tend to see spinners, but coming closer to the back end, might very well see a mix of pace and spin. It's just all about whether they have the time to do so.
That's another aspect as well. You used to see a lot of spin in the final few overs when they used to just use one ball in 50 over cricket. Yes, there's also the aspect that time of more mystery spinners operating, and the Dusra went out of the game.
And he's gone. Waited for the catch to be taken, and it was done safely so from Narad Kyle Kisundat at that short cover position. Rajiv Ramnath strikes again with his second wicket.
Well, the spin does seem to be working, so no need for them to really get those pacers back in. Rajiv Ramnath, the captain, has led from the front here, 2 for 20. Hasn't given away much, and he's taken those 2 wickets.
And I was actually going to say that was probably one of his not best deliveries, being a short and wide outside the off stump. So it did present itself for that cut shot. Difficulty being that it was cut in the air and cut straight to the fielder. So just as you mentioned a few overs ago, Dylan, the unexpected deliveries, which might be errant on a good day, could lead to a wicket on another day. And we have just seen one of those instances there. A ball that normally might have been cut away for 4 was cut straight into the hands of Kalki Sundath and led to the 7th wicket falling, that of
Ravinder
Ramla. Coming to the crease is Rondell Ramlogan.
Just to add to that, it's sort of the law of averages, because you play enough attacking strokes at which you would consider a bad ball, sort of increase the probability of you getting out from it. You're not always going to be able to perfect the shot as much as you try. Also just got some official word from our cameraman Visham that they were indeed looking at the timing of the innings. No official word on any overs cut, but they are on thin ice, or the fielding team.
Well, I think their best course of action would be to try and get the 3 remaining wickets as quickly as possible and negate any discussion of whether they might be over the time limit or having to reduce overs. That should be the main aim. And we have seen Ramnath getting through his deliveries much quicker, getting back to his mark. And beating the outside edge. Good glove work from Aaron Banky. He's clipping the bails. And as I mentioned glove work. What do you think about the debut of Tevin Imlach in the series?
There's a lot of positives about Tevin Imlach's glove work. It's always going to be difficult to really give a apples to apples comparison, given how you didn't see Joshua Da Silva in action in those sorts of conditions, but would have been difficult, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely it's not the easiest of surfaces to make your debut on, but as the sentiments have been echoed all around, Imlach was very impressive with his glove work. In fact, I think majority of the Pakistani commentators were in fact lauding his praises. And even with some of the reviews that were taken, some of the LBW decisions, it was down to him indicating how far the ball would have turned, where it would have pitched and so on. And, you know, they were certainly speaking very highly of him in that regard. 37 gone, 193 for 7.
It is always going to be an aspect of keeping in Guyana. It is always going to have those pitches that turn a lot and keep low, so he definitely have been well prepared, but I think it would have been for the last first class season or list A season. He wasn't keeping regularly, but then to come in more so on the back of his batting and get loaded more for his keeping does speak well to him.
Yeah, very true. And that's a good point you made about him being from Guyana and learning to wicket keep on those surfaces certainly aided him. He has been around the regional setup for quite a number of years. Imlach has also been performing relatively consistently with bat in hand. And whenever he does have the gloves in hand, always shows a high standard. It's just a matter of getting his opportunity and grasping it with both hands. No pun intended. Das continues. And that's the third time that Hackett has swept the delivery from Das straight to Runester Pereira at that backward square leg. Use of the feet now. Again, not getting past the bowler. Good pressure building. Hackett looking to release the levers. So initially we were stating that 250 and up would have been the ideal score. And that's when the pair of Rambaran and Mahes was at the wicket, going along very nicely. I think at this stage, if they can get to 250 rather than a minimum score, I think it would be an ideal maximum score, as they've lost a couple wickets, only 3 wickets left in the hut. Just easy singles being taken at this point. We've seen Anil Pithiram on the field as well, also capable with ball in hand, but has not seen him featured as yet.
Bit of respite for all out there as well. The cloud just blocks the sun.
Almost played on there. Hackett. 38 gone, 195 for 7. Rajiv Ramnath, 2 for 22 from his 7 overs. Excellent spell from the skipper. In the air from Hackett. Oh, and a dropped catch. Is that Pity Ram? I think it is. I'm not sure if he had pity on the batsman there.
Well, just as you spoke about him, he comes into play. The catch was dropped, but they weren't able to scramble a quick single in between.
I hope that they won't rue the effects of that missed opportunity, because Hackett, as I mentioned before, even though he's only 9 from 19, once he connects a boundary, he's going to go into another gear. This one high into the air, down to the fielder, long on, and a comfortable catch taken from Ryan Bandu. So Hackett, it just didn't seem to be set. He started his innings nicely with a couple of singles, stroking the ball along the ground, but from the moment he started to play, those aggressive shots just seemed to be out of loop. And you saw the result there with that shot. Normally he's one to clear the boundary ropes with quite some ease, but holding out to Bandu at the long on area, and an easy catch taken in the end. So the drop catch doesn't affect them too negatively, as Hackett goes without adding to his score, 195 for 8.
Well, he never really looked in. Did always look a bit troubled at the crease, and almost wonder if the force of using that spin sort of worked to their advantage.
One thing to note as well, before that over, I saw the umpire was also having a chat with the batsman, and it could very well be an indication that he was telling them there may be a few overs remaining, because we have not received official confirmation of any reduced overs. But given the fact that the players are operating differently, the umpires are continuously talking to them, it could very well be that Hackett just felt the need that he had to go.
I think that was definitely his role going out there, especially came out quite early, came out before the 5th wicket, I believe it was, and his job really was to go out there and accelerate at that point.
And the thing is, if they did not reduce the overs and are still playing the full 50, as far as we know that is the case right now, he still has some 11 overs after this. So one would think that he could have just played himself in a bit more, continue getting the singles, continue rotating a strike, and then seek to go more aggressively from 40 onwards. Nonetheless, Samir Ali comes to the crease.
And another point as well, that drop catch, I would have said that wasn't able to scramble a quick single, and generally you always see the new batsman facing up now, so it doesn't quite make as much sense trying to give the strike to the other batsman because of that rule change recently, but would still get the advantage of turning over the strike and maybe not having lost that wicket.
And if he got the single, he would have been off strike. So a very good point there in terms of always taking the runs on offer. And some turn there from Ramnath. I think the smile on his face showed that even he was surprised by it. The 39 gone, 195 for 8.
Well, a wicket maiden that was there, and 3 for 22. Magnificent figures.
Yeah, and 8 overs, that's under 3 runs per over. See a view of some of the lovely flora in the background. The National Cricket Centre. Players just getting some much needed cloud cover. Ease some of that sunshine on the field.
Interestingly, there is quite a cloud cover that's come in the past half hour.
Flighted again from Das, driven nicely for a single. 2 straight to the fielder to allow them to come back for 2. And right on cue, he goes in the air and over the boundary rope for 6. It's a massive strike there. Rhonda Ramlogan using those broad shoulders to full use. Again, Das sticking with his flight. By all means, nothing wrong with that. Maybe just a bit too full on that occasion. This has to pull back the length a bit, and would have probably brought one of those fielders into play, either Matthews or Sanka at long on and the cow corner region. Now we see some additional protection being given to Das on the leg side. There's a straightish long on fielder.
I almost wonder if there is a reduction in overs, because there's 5 fielders in the deep at the moment, not yet into the final 10.
Ramlogan is ready for a big heave again. Just cramp for room. Scrambles a single. So 1 delivery left in this over from Das. Has bowled a really good spell into his 7th over, 1 for 27. Chance for the run out. There was some good work from Pereira in the field. He got to it quickly, turn and through, because saw that the batsmen were looking to come for 2, but they reached safely in the end. 40 overs completed, 206 for 8.
On to the final stretch of overs. 2 wickets remaining as I'm joined by Reza.
Yes, good to be back, Dylan. 208 for 8 in the 41st over. At one point in time, Dylan, they were looking at that partnership, Rambaran and Mahis. At one stage, it looked like they might have been staring at least at 250. But a slew of wickets in the middle.
We would have talked about 250 when we were on
Yes,
earlier, and it looked well within reach. And it's as we talk about that batting mental side of it.
And it's an even game. It's still a competitive total. Wicket looks good. No kind of demons in the pitch, Dylan.
Hasn't done too much, especially as we've grown accustomed to variable bounce on this surface. It hasn't been quite as variable. Haven't seen too many keep too low. That finishes off the 41st over. It's 209 for 8.
Rajiv Ramnath 3 for 25. Steady good off spin bowling, getting the ball odd ball to straighten up, as I'm seeing. Not good news for the West Indies under 19 women. Dylan bowled out for 44 in their first match against Australia.
Oh,
India, sorry.
when I woke up this morning, I thought the most of my disappointment would have been with the men's team, and then I saw that game occurred as well.
Yes, India romping home by 9 wickets. West Indies next match, I believe, is tomorrow against Sri Lanka. They're in a tough group. And testing times for Samara Ramnath, Rajiv's sister. You know, in this World Cup, big World Cup tournament that is taking place in Malaysia. It's a learning process, Dylan. I mean,
Oh,
you gotta,
definitely.
everybody goes through this.
Quite a lot to learn as well. Not sort of conditions in Malaysia, not familiar to most of these players.
Correct.
So a few matches got abandoned as well. So Bandu back into the attack now. With that extra protection in this final phase.
And we have a wide set field. With 1 wicket needed, Dylan, or 2 wickets needed, I think it might have been a more attacking field.
It is really that question. You know, with these are the attacking field, or sometimes you just sort of depend on the batsman holding out in the deep. Almost different definitions of attacking when it comes to players nowadays.
Yeah, at 9 overs to go. Samir Ali and Ram Logan just knock around the ball for a couple, single, just bump up the score with this wide set field.
Then you almost wonder, sometimes you see that wide set field, and even as a batsman at this stage of the innings, you're still thinking about hitting big. And that's sort of the lost art of batsmanship that we see nowadays.
Yeah, yes.
It's almost as if you're looking for the uncertain runs in the boundaries when you have certain runs available to you.
Conditions are a bit cloudy now after that hot blazing sun this morning, so
I did
cool
actually
temperatures.
notice a few dark clouds towards the east where it usually comes from. Hopefully those don't make their way over here or to Gilbert Park.
With Kishava was talking about Lara's immense, modern day cricket, focus and concentration to bat long. Lara had that immense capability to bat long. We're talking about, of course, 45-day cricket. And
Well, that's going to be out there. And Bandu gets his first wicket. Rondell Ramlogan, after looking decent with a few boundaries in his innings, has to perish. And that deep fielders, we were talking about those fielders
now
in the
talking
deep.
about it, yes.
And he does perish to one of those. It's a third catch for runners to Pereira.
Well, it's astounding, isn't it? Now speaking about, the wide set field, you just knock around the ball.
Well, it's just as I said, they were going to go big for the big shots regardless. And it's just that different mindset you have nowadays when it comes to attacking field. You just think, well, just keep bowling to them. They'll go for the big shot eventually. So might as well just set the field deep.
Oh man. Um, just suppose, you know, a wrong decision for the batsman. But you're right. Apparently, they were just looking for the big shot. Yes, and as they await the final batsman.
Don't know if maybe the clouds around as well might have influenced that decision, thinking the innings might be cut short.
Yes, focus and concentration. BC Lara, and another batsman of sound focus and concentration was India's Rahul Dravid, the Great Wall of India.
It's a dot to finish.
That's Ricky Raghunandan, is it? Yeah.
214 for 9 now. Well, earlier we were talking about the dwindling crowds in the test match arena. I know in this upcoming 4-day season we have some day-night matches. You think that would help sort of get more people in as far as watching these matches, given that have more of that evening and night period being utilized as opposed to the workday?
Point taken, point taken. Again, fans want to see exciting cricket. I want to see bowlers and batsmen in their full flair.
Also, I just got some official word. Apparently, it is 48 overs per innings,
Okay.
which still doesn't quite explain going for those shots yet. So Rajiv Ramnath looking for his fourth.
And Rajiv is more of, I suppose, a batsman by a bowler than a bowler. Could call him now a batting all-rounder. But he's done well. I think he has mixed it up quite well. He's talking about, you know, the batting focus and concentration, a man like Rahul Dravid. 164 test matches, over 13,000 test runs and 36 hundreds. He was known as the Great Wall of India. And the question is, you know, batting long, staying inside. As I mentioned to Keshav, you take one ball.
You look at even a more recent example in Cheteshwar Pujara. Last time India would have toured, well, last 2 times India would have toured. Yes, you had the aggressive Pant at one end, but you had Pujara at the other end absorbing the pressure.
Correct. Surprises me that Pujara is scoring a ton of runs in England, isn't he? And
Well, that's another factor as well, because I don't recall Kohli ever playing county cricket. If he has played it, then Cricinfo hasn't made note of it.
yes. And talking about Kohli, you know, it seems that Australia got the head over him in that recently concluded match or series. Getting him with that outside edge in the corridor, you know. And as great a batsman as Kohli, that's what opposition does. Get your weaknesses, find your weaknesses. So mean, Kohli's in his late 30s. To 15 for 9, 42.4. Ali on 7, Ragunanan on 1. Last wicket for the Flamingos. Bando continues. Samir 8 from 12, Ragunanan 1 from 6.
So 44 overs completed. Just 4 overs remaining in the contest. Take a look at the groundsmen just gathering around the boundary ropes. The reason for that is because to the far right, outside of the view of your screen, there are some grey clouds that are just hovering around menacingly. And most times the rain tends to come from that direction. Going from east to west across the National Cricket Centre. You can already see there's a shower that's down on the east side, so they're probably just on their guard in case it comes across to join us here as Pereira comes back into the attack. Short cut away but no run from Samir Ali. Hoisted in the air from Samir Ali, but it looks like it will clear the boundary ropes, and it does so with some ease. 6 runs added to the total. That would be a welcome shot.
Well, Samir apparently using the long handle there.
Most definitely.
Good shot though. I mean, it's in across, but connecting. And there's 2 men going down there now, and long on and deep mid wicket.
But to be honest, I thought the fielder should have been there from the start of the over. A left-hand orthodox bowling to a left-handed batsman. The ball is going into his pads. And now he tries that. Well, I don't know what to call it. That's not a sweep. It's a reverse shot in aggression. I think that's the best way to describe it, Riza.
Well, it's the signature shot making right now throughout the world. Whether you call it reverse or double reverse.
It's a reverse shot. We'll just leave it at that. The type of shot, we're not too certain because it wasn't a sweep. It wasn't a flick, a drive, none of the above. Pereira just pushing it wide outside the off stump, so some intelligent bowling from him. This point in the game is where the shorter format techniques will come into play. And a quicker delivery gets a single. But as we spoke about at the start of the innings, Risa, as in we know that it's a longer version of the game, 50 overs, and then we have the 20 overs and the T10.
Correct.
Nothing is wrong when you come to the final 10 overs of your 50 over game if you start to apply those different tactics, because you're looking to score aggressively, you're looking to bowl defensively, and you are seeing the difference here with the innovative shots, as well as the bowler varying his pace, varying his lengths.
It's a shortened game also. It's 47 overs, 46.
48, I believe.
Or 48. Well, justifiable.
You did have a delayed start as well due to some of the moisture on the outfield around the 30-yard circle due to heavy overnight rains yesterday.
Yes, yes. So I just, as a West Indies cricket historian, Keshav, and a purist in West Indian cricket, Test cricket that is, what pains me, really pains me. 20, 25 years in the doldrums and we're not seeing any green light. Can't put my, nobody can put your finger on it. Talent is there, Kishav. An abundance of talent. But what is happening in Australian and South African cricket? Indian cricket. A lot of under 19 players from India, Pant and all of these guys, they go on to play Test cricket and stay in Test cricket. It can't be $1 million question. I mean, it's not. And that bothers me.
Definitely agree with that point, Riza. I think, of course, there's no right answer to such a question because there are so many variables and so many factors that can contribute to what the conclusion and the reality that we see is. However, the way I think of it is in relation to 3 P's: passion, purpose, profit.
Well said, well said.
Reason why I say that, in traditional cricket, when I say traditional cricket, not for us to keep sounding as if we are going back in times and we only want cricket to revert back to then, but it's not about cricket reverting back to then. It's just about the same passion that players had back in the day, especially for West Indies cricket, where playing for your country and your region was a matter of pride, national pride, regional pride, and it gave you purpose when you went on the field. And the only profit that you were thinking of was runs, wickets, catches, victory. Right now, in modern day cricket, the profit is easily replaced by a dollar sign.
Point taken.
That's swept away in the air, but will land safely and just gets a single. So that's, again, everyone has their own unique perspective and their opinion.
Sure.
But just the way that I see it personally as a true West Indian fan who has been passionate about cricket from a young age, for me as a youngster growing up, watching cricket, to me the end result is to play for that West Indies badge.
Yes, and you can see whenever a young West Indian doffs his West Indian cap, a great player handing him his cap. He's proud, yes, he's proud. There's no doubt he's proud. He's not proud, and but when that badge, I mean, these guys back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I've read where they were paid nominal fees, test match cricket.
Correct, but my thing is, it wasn't even about the fees, if you know what I mean. It's like they were playing cricket for cricket. They were playing because that regional pride and that, I will always draw a reference to this Fire in Babylon.
Oh, yes.
To me, the best documentary that I have ever watched not just in sport, not just in cricket, but just in general, because the impact of Fire in Babylon was proof of the reason why West Indies cricket was at that state during that time.
Yes.
It wasn't about playing cricket for fancy uniforms, new gear, about playing for contracts in all of the different T20 and T10 leagues around the world, whether you can last 10 deliveries and hit 4 sixes and that's enough for you to get hired somewhere. It wasn't about any of those things. It was about playing for something that was bigger than yourself.
Yeah, it was a wave of nationalism, eh?
Correct. And then regional cultural appropriation, identity, of course, our history embedded in colonialism.
Correct.
And
Correct.
that entire mentality was essentially one of our methods of resisting.
And that is precisely one of the things that have been, well, not me alone, but, you know, pushing is that these youngsters, and through, I mean, I go back to my lectures, not only at the Cricket Academy, but elsewhere, the appreciation of West Indian cricket legacy, the rich cultural heritage. There's nothing like that in the school bags of any regional institution in the West Indies. The school bags, or in UE or UTT. You know, I'm not saying that if you read about Westall or Charlie Griffith or Rohan Kanhai or Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, Andy Roberts, that is going to transform you into a player like that. But you can learn from what it meant to them on and off the cricket field.
Absolutely spot on. Another dot delivery to end the over from Pereira. Just one coming off of it. The penultimate over in this innings. And as we were informed earlier, the game reduced to 48 overs. 47 gone, 228 for 9. This ought to be the last over of this innings. And most likely to be bowled by Ryan Bandu, it looks like. Yes, he's going to have the ball in hand. And not to continue repeating the same point, Riza.
Sure.
But again, when you speak to some of the younger cricketers, some of them don't even have that desire to play for West Indies anymore.
Wow.
They rather get contracts in the different domestic leagues,
Yes.
because they can make a earning and a living out of that.
Yes. Which brings out to the financial and money situation. There's no way the West Indian Cricket Board can afford $1 million for a player, a 1-year contract, like in Australia, for example. You know?
And the reality is, I mean, we know that West Indies does not get any lion's share, as we see a run-out being completed from Ryan Bandu. Good throw from Kalki Sundat. And
That's the end.
it was Ricky Raghunanan coming to the non-strikers end. Good return to Bandu. Picked it up cleanly and clipped off the bails. So that seems to be the end of this innings. 229 all out, as that was a run out. And essentially, that would mean the Flamingos will require 230 for victory.
Well, it's a balanced match. It's a good match, not one-sided, I would say. Bat and ball has given a good account of themselves in this particular innings. But I'm seeing the covers on, Kishaf.
So just as predicted, I was just waiting for a couple of minutes to see what was going on. But as we mentioned, you saw the groundsmen just hovering around the field, the perimeter, over the last couple of overs. They were looking to the reins to the east and just watching it tentatively to see whether they were required to be called into action. Now it's clearly evident. That rain seems to be just pushing across. The breeze has certainly increasing in intensity. You're seeing all of the trees in the background just swaying mightily from left to right, and all of those indicators seem to show that rain might be joining us soon. At the same time, the innings has ended, so it's 229 all out, the Scarlet Ibis, and Samir Ali remaining on 18 unbeaten, and that means that the Central Southwest Flamingos will require 230 for victory once they get a chance to return. So as the players take their lunch break, we will also do the same in the commentary booth, and we will return for the second innings in just a few. Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad and Tobago for the second innings of this encounter between the Central Southwest Flamingos and the Scarlet Ibis. Iran Banki opening the batting for the Scarlet Ibis. Has played a lovely cover drive for 4. East-northeast region.
Banky and
Well watched there from Banki. Giovanni Ramdeni opening the bowling for the East-northeast Scarlet Ibis. And just to update our viewers, there has been a further reduction in the amount of overs. A brief rain interruption during the lunch interval. And that's a wide on this occasion. Capitalize on the keeper missing out, and a run is added extra to the wide. Take the score up to 6 without loss after that beautiful cover drive from Iran Banki earlier on in the over. And that's another lovely drive for 4 through the offside. Opening batsman for the Flamingos, Kyle Balraj, joining into the action after Iran Banki also started off the innings with a cover drive for 4. Balraj now doing the same. And just to clarify for our viewers, the jersey that he's wearing does have the name Nick on it. That was for Nick Ramlal, who unfortunately is not in the squad today. And tucked away nicely from Balraj for a single. So good start this far from the Flamingos in that run chase. As I welcome back alongside me Mr. Riza Abasali into the commentary booth.
thank you so much again, Gishav. Back to brilliant sunshine after that short break for rain just after the first innings ended for Ibis. I think 220 on this pitch is fair game. You know, lovely conditions. I think, you know, we may not be, of course, an overwhelming victory for one or the other, but we should get a competitive match here. Now being exposed to the batsmen in this particular innings, type of batsman, the quality of batsman, I'm looking forward to see Rajiv Ramnath, you know. After 1 over, it's 7-0. And but looking forward to a good reply. And as I said, under 23 is a step ladder for bigger things. These guys are looking for the entrance into first-class cricket. And not many openings there. You had to work, if you're working hard, you had to work harder. If that is your dream.
Definitely. I think
You know?
this is a good opportunity for the youngsters to realize where they're at
Yes.
and where they might need to elevate themselves towards. Because given the fact that this stage is really the transition from that under 19 level into first class or senior team level, it's really where they have to show their merit and
Yes.
maturity. As Ronda Ram-Logan is going to take up the attack from the media center end. But it certainly is a testament to the positive initiatives introduced from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, where they also include the Premier League under-19 team
Okay.
in the Premier 2 competition in our local rounds of cricket. So there have been many initiatives in place to help these youngsters get that match practice at that senior level.
Mhm.
And this under-23 Cup, of course, into its third year, and just also showing proof of all of the hard work. That's a wayward delivery from Ram Logan to start.
What I want to put to you, Keshava, and another topic and discussion just crossed my mind. I would think some of these guys are professionals, semi-professionals. Some of them do have jobs, and they're young, of course, under 23. And at what stage do you decide? Because you need parental support also. At under 13, under 14, well, cricket is my profession. Because not everybody's going to be up in the first class grade test cricket. It's just a few, out of many. But there are those who want to do it. And that would mean, at least, financial, parental, to make the big grade. And because they know, not only here in Trinidad and Tobago, throughout the Caribbean, there must be a plan B. If plan A, your cricket career doesn't work out, what's your plan B? So all of these factors are seriously need in consideration as a youngster moves through the ranks of becoming, let's say, all paying professional in cricket.
Nicely on the back foot there is Banky, and as you mentioned that point, my take on it would be that balance is key.
Yeah.
Balance in your life as well as balance in the sport. Even in cricket, we know that balance is integral to playing shots effectively. Balance is integral for fielders to be able to dive left and right, and also for bowlers in their delivery. So if it's required in the game itself, then it should only prove that it should be required off the field. And that work-life balance, as they say. So if you are exploring cricket as a profession, it is advisable to still have a backup plan. And when they say backup plan, essentially means you have something that you can use as an income earner if required.
Sure.
Cut away from Banky, and that's a lovely looking shot for 4 runs. This youngster is truly a sight to behold once he's in form here in Banky. A really brilliant batsman to watch. 2 deliveries prior to that, Ram Logan bowled at a nice length, just rising on Banky, and he defended it quite efficiently on his back foot, and on that occasion just given a little bit of room. But the competency of the shot was on display for all to see.
Oh, yes. And on his toes, almost on his toes. Just gets it up on his toes and square driving that ball Roy Frederick style. Keshav, Roy Frederick style, back foot drive. Square. I saw a shot Roy Fredericks put on Jeff Thompson or Dennis Lilly back in one of those super tests in Trinidad in 78, 79. Not a man move. And Roy Fredericks was, a stylish left-hander. A la Banky or a la Fredericks?
Yes, indeed.
Yes. when Fredericks gave away to Desmond Haynes. Desmond Haynes joined by Gordon Greenidge. And if my memory serves me right, Keshav, Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes had 16 Test hundreds partnerships.
As one of those indomitable pairs.
Yes, Greenidge and Haynes.
Correct. Have their own stand named after them. So strong was the partnership. It was cemented in concrete blocks.
Oh, well said, well said. And one of my foremost memories of West Indian cricket history of victory. I was in the United States studying between 80 and 84. And there was this match at Lord's, Keshav. West Indies needed 340 plus on the final day. And Greenidge just pulverized the English bowling to all parts of the field. And along with Larry Gomes, H.A. Gomes, Mr. Dependable. 92 not out on broken stand of 287 for the second wicket. Propelled the West Indies to a famous victory at Lord's 1984. Greenidge 214 not out. And you look at that on YouTube, and I implore our youngsters who are listening, go on YouTube and look at the art of batting or bowling from these great legends. And this is what, players of the ilk of Gary Sobers did. In his book, Sobers, the autobiography, he used to go to Kensington Oval and look at Worrell, Weeks and Walcott bat. This is what he says. I saw it on a recent video with him. So he wasn't looking at 4s and 6s, but your technique in batting, learning from the best, picking out how they did this, how they adjusted their shot for different balls. But learning curves in the West Indies right now.
Beautiful again from Banky. Ball speeds along the carpet, and it's another majestic drive from Aaron Banky all along the ground for 4.
Oh, that's a glorious off drive.
I tell you, he's such a classy batsman, is Banky, because he times the ball so efficiently. I mean, if you look at his stature, he's not the biggest, strongest guy.
Not at all.
But he does hit the ball very cleanly. And what I have always admired about him is his ability to place the ball between the gaps as well. As you can see, it's a very strong offside field. There is protection out on the offside boundary.
Yes.
With a deep cover in place.
Still was able to bisect the field.
Exactly. And that's intelligent batting from the youngster.
And the art of batsmanship also takes into account your limitations. Knowing your strengths and weaknesses. Larry Gomes, I understand, was a belt of a batsman when he started. Holy Cross College, he was scoring hundreds like rain in Arima. But he was able now, because of the big star-studded lineup of the West Indies, Greenidge and Haynes and Richards and Lloyd, Fredericks, he adapted his batting style.
Trying to flick this one on the leg side. Might have probably been more encouraged to just keep straight with it. Ball angling into his pads.
He adapted his style of batting around the powerful star-studded batting lineup, and he accumulated his runs. But before you know it, he touched there, and he's on 50. Without that, what you call robust star-studded shot through the covers. So he knew his limitations. And Larry's 60 test matches against the West Indies as Mr. Dependable. Clive Lloyd told me in an interview I did with him back in 2013 at the Charleville Presbyterian School. He said Larry Gomes was solid as a rock. We need rocks on the West Indies podium right now. Knowing your limitations.
It's cut away nicely again from Banky.
Oh my,
And this will be another boundary.
oh my gosh.
Just look at the expert timing and placement of that shot. Again, there was a fielder at deep third, and I dare say it was not too far away from him, but the timing of the shot just caused it to run along this evergreen outfield,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It.
raced
am-
into the ropes.
My jaws are chopping right now. Banky has unleashed 3 magnificent shots in 6 balls. Beautiful timing.
23 without loss after 3.
I mean, I'm in awe here, Keshav. First time I've seen Banky bat. I've heard of him. But that left-hander is showing some panache and style. I mean, that ball just ran off the face of the bat like lightning along the carpet.
I think it's just a fact to show that practice makes perfect, because I've been looking at Banky over the last couple of years, and his batting was always classy. He always had that talent and ability, but what I've seen this year, at least from observing him in training and so on, as he also plays for Presal Sports Club as they prepare for the Premier One season upcoming.
Oh, Presal, okay.
And from looking at him in training, he has improved that maturity and that mindset, as Balraj flicks this one aerially and will also go into the boundary for 4. Balraj, I've also been watching for the last couple of years, and a very talented batsman as well. Take nothing away from him. The spotlight just on Banky in that last over because of the 2 fours that he played consecutively in that fashion. But Kyle Balraj, as we saw, his first runs was also through cover drive. Now with that uppish flick, Balraj does have the ability to play aggressively. Talented batting all-rounder. Does bowl a bit of right-arm medium as well.
As the approach of these West Indies batsmen, they didn't, I mean, we always talk about great players, Keshav, but as Clive Lloyd said, you don't get great overnight, you know. There's a learning process, and the process has to be curved. The learning curve has to be, I mean, not flat, but at an angle that you would learn quickly. You know, we are making too many mistakes right now. Batsmen playing the same shot and getting out. And so it's about discipline, isn't it? You know, hard discipline. But again, in those days also, the West Indies players, 60s, 70s and 80s, played a lot of county cricket. And that was a big factor.
I think modern day cricket has shown that it still is very effective. If you look at Jaden Seals, he had a stint in English county cricket,
Yes.
and immediately after that, you saw him reaping the rewards. There was a series in England where Jaden was the pick of the bowlers. In fact, I think the last 2 or 3 series at minimum, he was the best bowler for the West Indies. Apart from Warwick taking those 7 or 8 wickets, which was mainly due to the spinning nature of the Multan pitch. Because in fairness, I don't think I've seen Warwick turn the ball before this test match. But it
Yes.
just goes to show you,
Yeah.
you know, he is an intelligent bowler. He used his pace to his advantage, or the lack of pace to suit, because he bowled slower than Gudakesh Moti, which is why he had more effect.
Okay.
And sometimes bowlers don't realize how impactful lessening the pace of your delivery can be.
Yes.
Sometimes people try to go too quick, as Balraj goes over the head of the fielder at mid-on, and it will be a losing chase for Cyan Hackett, as that ball was always meant for the boundary once it crossed the infield. Balraj showing his style and flair as well. 30 partnership already being raised, 33 runs in 22 deliveries and just 3.4 overs.
Flamingos off like a rocket.
Yeah, I think they're going to look to achieve this target in as quick a fashion as they can in terms of maximizing the batting that they have on display. Also bearing in mind the weather conditions around. As you see, the wind just picking up again. Some dark clouds in the background.
That's off a flying start. 33 for none and 3.5. But we have been awed here, at least I'm sure yourself. The shot making by Banke. Class, all class written over those shots. Hoping that he would carry on. I could sit here all day and look at Banke and players of his ilk. Kid, of course, as you may know, is a man called Alvin Isaac Kalicharan. And one of his greatest moments is the West Indies versus Australia clash, June 14, 1975. Dennis Lilly versus Kalicharan. He smashed Lilly for 35 runs and 10 balls. An array of sixes and fours. No helmet. No helmet. And Lilly was bowling 95 miles per hour. The faster Lilly came in, the faster the ball disappeared to the boundary. Great moments in West Indian cricket.
That's exactly what happens. The faster it comes is also the faster it goes. And again, as I said, what some of these players don't realize is the ability to bowl slower can be so much more effective because batsmen like pace coming on the ball. They like to play aggressively when they are given that ability to play through the line. If you take pace off of the ball, it changes the game. The batsman then needs to adjust his timing. He needs to apply more power. He needs to wait and show more patience. As Andrew Rambaran comes into the attack, starts off with a quicker one, and look at this from Aaron Banke. Immediately down on his knees and just sweeping that one behind backward square for another boundary.
Well, Banke's moving like a train right now. 17 and 15. 17 runs and 15 balls. He's determined to get a big score here this evening at the National Cricket Centre. Banke is one of those students that went through the National Cricket Academy also.
Again, flatter from Rambaran. Don't usually see him bowling that flat and quick, but granted, it is a very newish ball still in the fifth over. It almost looks as if he's bowling medium pace from those couple of footsteps because you haven't seen any flight or air given to that delivery. Rambaran trying to get over these 6 deliveries in quick fashion. Wants to put some pressure on the batting team. And that Akid Hussain type delivery is quick and drifting into the right-handed batter.
Correct is right. That was like almost an arm ball.
And Balraj goes over the head of Medoff. I think this goes one bounce into the boundary for 4. Yes, the umpire now confirming. And we already see the groundsmen are gathering behind
and they're coming off.
And they're coming off. The umpire Chief Sandy already signaled even before the ball was sent back into the field of play. Umpire Sandy called the groundsman on, looking at the menacing dark clouds around, especially the intensity of the breeze. I think it has indicated that the rain may very well be joining us shortly. At the end of 5 overs, the Flamingos 42 without loss, Balraj 18 from 13, Banky 18 from 17. Both batsmen looking very competent, confident, and certainly cool and calm at the crease as well. And it just goes to show the amount of talent and ability we have on display in Trinidad and Tobago at this under 23 level. So we'll hope that we'll get to see them continue their innings once the rain subsides. And for now, as the pitch is being covered, we will just take a break and join you back in a few.
So we're back after that break for rain. Rain has been sort of playing hide and seek today, coming out for short bursts. And it's Ricky Ragunanan into the attack. Second ball of his spell. And that's cut away. It's going to run close to the boundary line, but well fielded down there. They'll come back for two. And I have Reza alongside me.
Yes, Dylan. Good balance match at this moment. The scales, I would think, quite even. Flamingos chasing, 230 for victory. And
score has been revised down to 191 as the target.
Oh,
so
191. Okay, good.
147 more required.
Banki and Balraj building an opening partnership here. Banki looking classy in his shot making. Balraj also.
Well, that's nicely done there from Banki. He's been very stylish throughout this innings and continuing to push on.
Another 4, yeah?
Was dragged down there from Ragunanan. Allowed him to sit back and pull that across.
Well, Dylan, I must say that, again, I'm happy and thank you guys for having me here today in the commentary box. I must say I'm quite impressed what I've seen today on both sides, bowling and batting. And these youngsters on display. Banki looks a good prospect in terms of carrying on.
Toss that one up quite generously, Ragunanan.
We saw fast bowling, good fast bowling from Manik especially. Manik for Flamingos.
And continuing his stellar form so far in 2025.
Right.
See some action going on just behind the NCC as well. Lovely to see that on a Sunday.
It's now cricket on the grass.
Well, he's going hard at that. I don't think he made any contact.
I mean, back in the days, a long time, decades, always hear about cricket on the beach, on the grass, on the turfs, behind the tongues, on the countryside. But now, we do find that still, of course. I have seen, Gary Sobers is saying a big lofted on drive on one of the beaches in Barbados. But what has happened as former West Indies batting coach Toby Radford said to me very recently,
That's
what a
pulled
shot.
Again from Banki. Well fielded on the boundary line there. No real signs of too much moisture or any slippage out there.
Times have changed. Surely we have, all these players of the past, legend, vintage past.
Brings up the 50 partnership as well. In quick time. Of course, the first innings started off quite rapidly as well. So we'll see how this innings progresses as they move out of that power play phase.
Yeah, it's the age of technology, Dylan. How technology has affected sport in particular. Bowling machines have been there for a long time, no doubt. But training facilities, pitches, there are certain parts. In England, for instance, former national player Andre Lawrence told me some years ago that there are 7 different pitches in an academy in England or Australia. 1 pitch for spin, 1 wet pitch, 1 dry pitch, 7 different pitches. Technology has gone past, at least, West Indian circles by a long way. And that has to do with money and investment.
Always want to make the most of those utilities, and when you have all of that available to you, all of those finances available to you, you can do a lot more, and that is the end of that power play phase given the reduction of overs. Now moving into that second phase.
And what we're talking about also in terms of investment, and I'm not saying it's not happening or would not happen, is corporate sponsorship being on board. The Sagicor High Performance Center, for instance. Sagicor. We need to get more corporate entities involved to put out the money. I'm not saying they're not, but possibly it needs to be done in an accelerated manner. Invest in the youth.
There's really a fine balance to be struck there, because on one hand you do want those investments, but then you also need to have some sort of return on that as far as performances, and it's kind of difficult to attract those investors when you have this level of performance at times.
Point taken. You invest $1, you want to see $1.50 in return. But all cannot be lost. West Indian cricket history started back in 1928. The first test series against England in England, we lost all 3-0. And
quick single there.
And there was a period between 1975 and 1995. 20-year spread of about 35 test series. The West Indies only lost 3. Remarkable. 1980 to 1995, 15 years without a test series defeat. Maybe I shouldn't remind fans of that. It's painful.
Tossed up and driven, but no run.
If I'm correct, between 1968 and 1995, we only lost 1 test series. Home series, that is. 1971 against India's Ajit Wadikar. So what I'm saying, Dylan, and to Keshav also, as I always pronounce, there must have been and has been a template of success. And how do we carry that template of success for today's young players?
It's really about finding a system that works in the modern landscape.
Excellent.
Adapting to changing times.
Yes.
Where would you begin in trying to at least think of a system, something new that could be done?
Yes, and but it all depends on the youngsters, how they respond, eh?
That's cut for one more. Balraj will keep strike.
Because we have so many.
For none after 8.
55 for none. 8. Good start. It's so sad to note that for this series against Pakistan, right? In Pakistan, no network has taken it their responsibility to run the broadcast. Isn't that sad?
It's not even just in the West Indies, but even at one point I remember watching the broadcast, and they put up the broadcasters, made no mention of the fact that wouldn't be broadcasting the home, well, not the home, but in one of the participating nations. I think that's probably one of the lesser concerns, because there are quite a few times we've toured other countries and haven't seen that broadcaster.
See, like anything else, sport is business. And the rotation of sport as a business goes down into sponsorship, coaching, jobs. Jobs like coaching, physiotherapists, sports psychologists, you know.
And that's the technology you speak of again,
Yeah.
the extra nutrition
Yes,
and
yes, yes,
fitness
yes.
work and load management.
Well, there's a joke I read about fitness. But it's not really a joke, it was a startling fact. I'm going to share that with you and the listeners. Back in the halcyon days, when West Indies were at their prime fitness outlook or their fitness regime, there was a guy who came aboard around 1977-78. Dennis Waite, an Australian, a rugby background player. Well, he transformed the fitness levels to almost an orbital level.
58 without loss now after 9 overs.
Because these guys, I mean, I read it in a joke or other form. They dropped down in Australia, you know, for one series. And before you say Jack Robinson, as soon as they exited from the airport, reached the hotel, they had to run down to the Melbourne Cricket Club and scale the steps from top to bottom. They hardly had any time to what you call take out their luggage. Such was the emphasis on fitness. And that's one of the key aspects of performance. Major aspect of performance. And can be bowling 10 overs, 15 overs, and all of a sudden you pull a hamstring. And without calling names, we have had quite a number of incidents in the West Indies cricket in the last 10 years, 12, 15 years, of players not being fit. But these guys, Dylan, they look fit.
Well, certainly I think fitness has come a long way as far as the work you do outside of cricket, but there's also the match fitness.
Correct is right. What you do outside of cricket, you know, downtime. You know?
You could jog or run or lift weights every day.
And you know,
But at the end of the day, that's not what you come on the field to do. So you still
Yeah.
need to at least build up those, if as a bowler, those overs in the legs, or as a batsman,
exactly.
just facing
Yes,
so many
yes.
deliveries.
I mean, there are strength and conditioning people around. I mean, experts in those fields. They're on the West Indies team for a long time. Strength and conditioning, right?
Oh, and that's nicely driven, but not finding the gap, Balraj.
Balraj 23 and 24, Bankade 33 and 34.
It's a bit of a slowdown since that break, as well as the spread field.
What? And a fitness program is different from player to player. The makeup of the player, their physiology, their anatomy. You know, it's not. It can't be, you know, ubiquitous throughout. You know, the same. Yeah, I mean, the same bunch of players. And I just want to mention something to you as we
5 runs
look on.
from that over. 63 without loss, and we're now 10 overs in.
Skipping, for example, Richard Gabriel, the former Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman back in the 70s, 60s, late 60s, a bit of the 80s, used to skip a lot. He is an opening batsman facing a lot of quick bowlers throughout the Caribbean, and skipping would, of course, intensify his reaction time.
I'll say I've never liked skipping at all.
You know? So there are different methodologies for different folks, you know? But has to be a program that suits the player.
Just as you say, different for each player. I mean, just as I say I don't like skipping, it doesn't mean that someone else mightn't like skipping. Or
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when it comes to me and my sort of exercises, I really just don't like to do anything that requires me to have my brain on, really. I like to just completely turn my brain off and just power through the exercise. Don't have to think about any technique or anything like that.
Well, you know, facing fast bowling for an opening batsman is quite a trial. And I remember my conversation.
Well, he's bowled him there. Andrew Rambaran with his first wicket, and the first wicket of this innings for Flamingos. Kyle Balraj.
He went swinging.
Well, certainly. Then after go now, Andrew Rambaran has done very well since his introduction. Came in quite early. And didn't do too much. Sort of just came in with the angle, and Balraj, as runs just dried up a bit, was looking for a big one.
Rambaran strikes 64 for 1 in 10 overs. Yeah, well, we are in a break right now. Seen some other fieldsmen on the field, other players. Yeah, it was quite interesting sometime, if I might share with you, in terms of preparation, in conjunction with fitness. And back in 2004, I met the former England captain Michael Vaughan, an opening batsman, classy. And I think that was the same series Lara scored or broke the world record. And I met him at Lara's residence, Michael Vaughan, the England captain. So I asked him about how does he concentrate. And you would be surprised to hear this. He concentrates by reading a book. By reading a book. Yeah, just that down past slips. So he reads his book intensely, uninterrupted.
New batsman Kyle Kisundat off the mark already. Yeah, and reading certainly does have that impact on, well, whoever reads, really. It's not everyone's cup of tea.
For sure. So it helps him immensely in his concentration. Focus, Focusing intensely. I mean, Vaughan would have, faced a lot of quick bowling in his career.
It does make sense, because when you're reading, you are just zoning in on those words, trying to
Yes.
take out as much of the outside surroundings as you can and try to really dig into it.
Yes, and I wouldn't think that's reading is something that is a remarkable overnight thing, that strengthens your focus. Reading has been long, here since man was born. But different people, different strategies. The important thing is what you work at off the field, along with your coaches on the field. Toby Radford told me around 2019, I mean, of course, around 2020, he was a batting coach. You know, he just, you know, you don't try to adjust people's innate styling like Lara. We made a reference to Lara's heavy backlift or high backlift. We didn't, you know, no coach really didn't try to change that. As he said, it'd be boring for everybody to just be, you know, playing in the same way, you know, high backlift or other. But what is important for the coaching aspect is that he tunes up the engine. He tunes up an engine to make it work faster, more efficiently, you know, identify, you know, good eye for, you know, deficiencies and defects. That's what probably coaching does. But it all, as we spoke here,
Bowler Shahzad Mohammed.
it's all up to the individual players. The players to work on their game. Work on their game. And feed off their coaches. And they're good coaches, very good coaches, not so good coaches, but people change coaches, right? Because they feel that their outcome is not being, there are no results over a certain point in time. And then, of course, there are players who hire coaches on the side, apart from their regular coaches. Let's say you're on not only on a national team in whatever sport, but you dig into the minds of other coaches. And once you have the funds, you hire coaches that you think would benefit. I was right here several years ago, Dylan, right here in the National Cricket Centre, right across here. And I saw Adrian Barrett, former West Indies opener, down the ground. From Londonville, saying good evening to Adrian wherever you are. I think last time I saw him in some foreign country. He's been traveling.
Well, last time I would have seen him would have been last year for the Super 50. He was with us, actually.
Oh, yes, yeah, that's right. And right here at the National Cricket Centre, his personal coach, I would think, and that's several years ago before he retired from Test cricket. The man who was
71 for 1 after 12.
The man who was conducting his training session right here at the Cricket Academy, Adrian Barrett, was no other than the former legendary opening batsman Gordon Greenidge. Now, I would think that was a man-to-man, face-to-face private arrangement. I'm not talking with 100% accuracy. I hope I'm right. But when you want to elevate your game, you obtain the expertise of legends or people of course of solid background in the sport of which they excelled.
And there's so much you could learn from those former players. There's the physical side of things, the technical side of things, as well as the mental side of things.
All of that.
So much you could talk about. There might be something you might not even see that they might point out or explain to you in a certain way that makes it so much clearer to you.
Yes. But that's close, eh?
Very close. Great bit of bowling there. Here on Banky, 41 deliveries he's faced so far, and that one has certainly made him rethink. Good pressure here from Rambaran.
Rambaran has certainly mushroomed, apart from his batting and his bowling now. It's very more than useful, I would say, Dylan.
Very much so. Would be quite effective to have him in any squad for Trinidad and Tobago in any format. Now brings Kyle Kisundat on strike. Had a great under-23 season last year. Would have scored a century.
Kisundat.
Haven't heard much from him since then until this season. See how he goes about this innings. There's pretty clear cut ahead of him.
72 for 1 and 12. It's pretty good rate. That's a good rate.
Still 72 for 1. So just one run coming from that over for Rambaran. Still continues to have cloud around. That is the direction that generally comes from. Wait and see whether it shows up again.
Hard to, over the many years to go and dive into the minds of youngsters. Whether, it's clearly, it's a conundrum. Trying to figure out, it's clear to see really that whether Test cricket is their goal, with all this T20 leagues sprouting up like cornfields all over the world. All these leagues, and you don't have to play for West Indies or be in a West Indies team to play for these leagues. Fletcher and all these guys are playing in these leagues, retired. Johnson Charles, he may have an odd, he was in the World Cup and all of that, but he's 37, 38 and he's getting jobs, getting work in those leagues. And he's applying his living, he's applying for his earnings.
And really in modern day, it is hard to really begrudge them for looking after themselves in that way, because given the personal choice as well, it'd be hard to really pass up on that.
Quite so.
Of course, that passion for playing as well, test match cricket, may have just dwindled a bit in more recent years. And I think also seeing the results, becomes difficult as a young person to think that you making it up to the team would really change much of that. Of course, from a financial standpoint, as you've talked about quite a bit, it also becomes difficult to really see a future outside of partaking in those leagues.
Yeah, right now, we have 3 players playing in the Abu Dhabi League and who are good enough.
You talking about Trinidad players or West Indies players?
West Indies players.
There might be more than that.
She-Hope is playing in the Abu Dhabi League, and I think he should be playing Test cricket.
7-3 for 1 after 14. We'll see. I would have definitely enjoyed seeing him in the Test match squad.
But that's the conundrum we face. Let's enjoy what's happening here at the National Cricket Centre. 73 for 1 and 14 overs. Flamingos.
So there's going to be a change in the bowling as well. Looks to be Anderson Mahis coming from that northern end. Typically the end that his left arm spinners operate from. has just gotten a bit more cloudy as well. No sun to speak of on the field.
Vice Captain Banky, 1451. Looking solid.
And continuing to look solid there. Rotating the strike at will. Hot from that one delivery that started off the Andrew Ambaran over. He has looked quite solid, hasn't really looked in trouble at any point. And on top of that, he has played some very stylish shots.
Oh yes. That guide through backward point early in his innings was sublime.
Three fielders in the deep, long on, deep mid wicket and a deep cover.
As I mentioned before, the creators seem to have done a good job to produce both a batting and bowling wicket evenly balanced. I haven't seen any variable bounce at all. And that's what we need.
I will say that is one of the main factors I have noticed in this new incarnation of the NCC surface is less variable bounce. It is quite a factor that we have grown accustomed to in the last year or two. A lot of variable bounce, and as well early on you tend to see that preparation moisture in action as well. I'll say today at least it started off with supreme batting conditions. So at least as far as up to right now, done quite a job on that pitch. Have to see how it holds up as the year progresses. Oh, and that's so well timed, but that mid-wicket fielder is gonna cut it off.
All right. And that's another factor that has probably contributed to the decline of West Indian fast bowling. You know, the pitches around the Caribbean seem to have got slower over time.
Definitely those pitches have gotten slower over time. Is quite an aspect of what is going on. Not too sure why those pitches would have slowed down over time, but natural evolution does occur. To the 16th over as Keshav joins me again.
Pleasant good afternoon, Dylan. We've seen an excellent innings here from Aaron Banky. Use of the feet. A faint LBW appeal, but I think all of the players know there was not going to be given any decision there. Halfway down the track was Banky. Moves up to 43 from 55. A very measured innings from Banky. He started off only dealing in boundaries and has really structured his innings in a mature fashion. Narad Kisundath.
Certainly has. What we certainly want to see from this Flamingos lineup is no big cluster of wickets as we saw in that first innings. So a good start from openers, and then bit of a collapse, and then our partnership between Rambaran and Mahis. Flamingos would certainly want to see Panki and Kisundat carry them a majority of the way, if not all the way.
Cleverly played there from Banky. Using soft hands, just opening the face and guiding it down to that vacant position for a single. Retains the strike. 81 for 1 after 16. Let's say a special good afternoon to Mr. Brian Lutchman, assistant coach of Presal Sports Club, at accountant here at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. One of the hardest working men I have seen on and off the field. And we're just seeing those clouds coming back around again. Dylan, I must say it's been a day of ebb and flow with the rain.
Well, the rain has hardly flowed, you'd say.
When it's reached, it has hit pretty hard, but it has not lasted for long. It sounds like a T20 game or a T10. Narad Kisundat, also referred to by his colleagues as young shutter. You can see he's wearing that number 80, idolizes Dinesh Ramdin. Of course, he's from the Presal area, but plays his cricket for Powergen Sports Club down in Penal. Very competent batsman and wicket-keeper is Kisundat, and likewise Aaron Banky.
Certainly been impressed with what I've seen from Banky so far here today. Kisundat still working his way into his innings, but batting well with Banky to ensure that they keep the runs flowing.
Anderson Mahis seeming around in the premier format with Central Sports, and also played in the Dream 11 T10 a couple editions.
Oh, a wild swing there. Is that out? That is out.
And he's given him. The umpire raises his finger belatedly. Was probably just weighing the decision in his head before giving that ultimate sentence, but Banky has to go. Caught behind by the wicket-keeper is the decision. We saw the keeper immediately go up in arms in celebration as he collected that ball. But this goes to show you that the game of cricket, no matter what happens, the umpire's decision is final. And as the rainbow is outshining in all of its glory, I'm still grateful to have cricket being played here at the National Cricket Centre. Aaron Banky goes for a well-played 45, 83 for 2 and 16.3. And I'm sure he'll be very disappointed in having not reached to that 50. But did all of the hard work to reach there, you would say, Dylan. And just that final stretch.
That's two batsmen today now that we see falling short of that 50, which doesn't really paint the best picture at any level of cricket. It's quite a astonishing rainbow, I must say, as well.
Yeah, it's really getting brighter. And you're seeing the trees just swaying in the background.
I think there's actually another bigger one that's making its way to be formed. We'll see in a few minutes how that one progresses.
I think after the game we might have to go and search for that fabled pot of gold.
I'm sure a certain someone at Gilbert Park might look for it before we get to it.
The rainbow might be finishing there, for all you know. But it really is a amazing sight here, the weather patterns on display. The sun is brilliant on the field, as you can see. And all around the field, the trees are bending backwards with the amount of wind that is pushing them. And
It's almost as if someone blew a bouncer at the trees.
just thick, dark grey clouds. You can just see the players' shirts as well.
Well, the rain has made its way over now. It's not going to be too long before they look towards the covers, or they might just be saying, let's wait it out a bit now and see, given the shortness of those previous showers.
And you were right, Dylan. It's actually 2 rainbows in effect.
Second one not quite showing its full glory as yet. I don't think the ground staff are too concerned about this shower.
But they are now seeing them just getting closer to the boundary ropes. They probably anticipate the shower to be passing. Of course, they would have the best first-hand knowledge of the rain movements here at the National Cricket Centre. Estimated duration, angles and directions.
That's another great thing about this location, is so hard to predict the rain patterns at times. Sometimes it comes from the west, sometimes it comes from the south. I think I've seen it come from every direction in my time here. Mind you, that's only been a year.
High from Kisundat, down to the field and long on, and that's an excellent catch. Randall Ram Logan diving low to his right and forward. Just grabbing that ball before it reached to the ground. And Nara Kisundat has to go. Just made 9.
Well, this is exactly what I was talking about, that cluster of wickets after one falls, a few falls, and that's really been an issue at the highest level come down in West Indies cricket. And you don't want to see it at this level, and especially when you have a batsman pushing towards that landmark and you get in on a pitch, you just don't want to give your wicket away. And I think many times we see those batsmen just not valuing their wicket highly enough.
Yes, I think that's a definite testament to the fact of what we've just seen. Banky and Balraj with that great opening stand of 50 plus. Balraj going bold to Rambaran, and then Banky caught behind off of Mahis. And after both of them departed, none of the batsmen that have come to the crease have shown that same temperament or that ability to bat long.
Also a spectacular catch that was as well. Diving forward, this angle always looked like he was going to be reaching for it, and he did pick that fruit.
Anil Pittiram comes to the crease. Did not see him feature with the ball in hand, but now he has the bat and an opportunity to stabilize the innings for his team in the middle order. Flamingos 83 for the loss of 3 now. 108 required.
There's a slip on that short cover in place. Just one fielder deep at long one, so bringing the field in for these new batsmen. Well, there's another fielder deep at backward square as well.
And that's a wicket maiden for Shazad Mohammed, getting the prize wicket of Kalki Sundath and not conceding any run in that over. Great start thus far. 4 overs, 1 for 8. Seems a change in bowling decision from the captain has worked. Previously, Ricky Ragunanan was bowling off spin from that same end. Then Mohammed took over and saw the difference immediately in terms of the conservation of runs, tight economy, and then getting that all-important wicket. And that's missed everything.
That's as close as you get. Anderson is attacking the stumps already. Has a wicket to his name and in the press forward and bring all modes of dismissal into play.
Skipper Rajiv Ramnath finally getting off the mark. So understandably, the rate of run scoring has dropped since the departure of Banki and Balraj. It's been a while since we've seen a boundary. Not that we're demanding it, but the players just need to be smart in the middle and rotate the strike. Continue to get the singles, ones and twos. Eventually, that loose delivery will come and afford you the opportunity to put it away.
So just past that halfway mark, now into the 19th over, heading towards 34. So you just need to be conscious of that run rate and try to get those runs through the field as much as they can as well.
Nineteen gone, 85 for 3. Flamingos is trying to get back some momentum into their innings. Of course, with the skipper at the crease, he knows that he has a role and responsibility.
To update you of Gilbert Park. Final score there was 229 for 7 by the team batting first, which was the Hummingbirds, and Masqueraders 63 for none, chasing after 64 for none, chasing after that score. Just back on the way there after rain break. Captain Ramnath on strike. That was quite a bit of work still left to do here. along with Pittiram and the rest of his team. He'd certainly want to lead from the front here. He's done a great job with ball in hand already.
Just a misfield there. Could have been a dot ball, but ball skipped past his hand all the way down to long off for a single.
Lot of fielders close up there. He slipped the short cover, as I would have mentioned, as well as a short mid-on. As much pressure on Pittiram as they can. He's going big at that one, Pittiram, over that mid-on fielder, and for 4 runs, he's going to open his boundary account.
I think it was a much anticipated shot in terms of you were just waiting for Pittiram to let loose. You see those two fielders close in that you just mentioned, trying to put some pressure on the batsman, but also allowing him the ability to free his arms because there's no protection outside on the boundary. Now we see that long on fielder just staying back and a bit wider. Angle down the leg side, misses out on the sweep shot. Shazad Mohammed continuing with his very economical spell, despite conceding that 4 in this over, and the wide has been spot on with his accuracy. And again, you see, not afraid to flight it.
Diving effort in the field up close there. It's in a bit of discomfort.
I think he got hit on his inner foot. Is that Anderson Mahis? Let's hope that he's all right. Don't want any injuries at all to any of these players. 20 overs completed, 9-2 for 3.
Well, you especially don't want to see that after his performance earlier today. It's back up and looks in good order now, so all's well that ends well. It's going to be a change of bowling from the northern end. Samir Ali now into the attack. And starts off by creating a chance, pass, slip, and running close to the boundary, but going to be cut off nicely there. And come back for 2. Bit more of a spread field here from leg spinner. Also to Ramnath as compared to Pittiram. So a much more close upfield for Pittiram. Just want to let Samir Ali get into his spell here, and that's more on target. Both deliveries really were on target. First one created a chance. and that one's just rushed through a bit quicker, a bit straighter from Samir Ali. I'm not lucky not to get an edge on that. Just tapping that one down. Wanted a single, but decided not to until, of course, the overthrows were given. Ended up with the single in the end. As brought Pittiram back on strike.
Some sloppy work there in the field. Haven't seen that for the entirety of the day, just the first instance. Fielding quality has been very good from these youngsters. Probably just an instance of not backing up properly in that case.
So less attacking field for Samir Ali to Pittiram than we saw from last over. He's on target to the left-hander as well.
Samir Ali is a very talented leg spinner. He's involved with Central Sports last season.
I do recall Samir Ali's name. Couldn't remember if it was from one of those, the T20 tournament, or if it was from the same tournament.
.21 done, 95 for 3. Top score 45 from Iram Banki, 23 from Kyle Balraj. Narad Kisundat, just 9 contributed. And skipper Ramnath and Pittiram at the crease. So just a reminder for our viewers that it is a further reduced affair given the rain interruptions that we have had. Target 191 in 34 overs is what the Flamingos need to achieve victory. .95 needed and 76 deliveries.
Really efficient spell here from Muhammad. Just straying a bit down leg on that occasion and costing him 4 runs. I've gone and done him a disservice there.
And that shot, you could tell that Pittiram did not get the full connection either.
Did take a while to get towards the boundary.
Most likely just being a factor of the angle, given the fact that there was no fine leg in place, but there's a deep backward square who had to try and reach across in time.
This time he's going up and he's going over and he's going for 4. Pittiram this time much more confident. Going with the turn on that occasion. And he said those close fielders, he just sees the space over their head.
And that's smart cricket from Pittiram. 2 consecutive boundaries And a delivery flighted up intentionally to get into play another aggressive shot, but just defended it. And again, a better line delivery from Shazad Mohammed onto the stumps. You miss, I hit. And 22 overs completed. 104 for 3. In the air, edge and taken. Catch taken comfortably there from Ram Logan, the outer edge of the bat of Rajiv Ramnath. And that leads to the fall of the 4th wicket. So the skipper, Rajiv Ramnath, has to go. Just flashing at that one outside the off stump. And that taking the top edge of the bat. A very comfortable catch for Ram Logan at that short cover point position. And that brings the score to 104 for the loss of 4. New batsman coming to the crease, Justin Manick.
Samir Ali has wasted no time getting in on the wickets. He was brought into the attack and first ball of his second over. He's gotten his reward, and first ball of his first over just went past that slip fielder. So he's created chances all throughout his spell, and we talked about how talented he is.
It just goes to show you the potency and effect of a leg spinner. No matter at what stage of the innings he's used, has the ability to get wickets. Batsmen will naturally want to go aggressively at them, which can lead to the bowler's advantage. He does have a nice quick action, does Samir Ali. Also
Certainly quicker than those wrist spinners, those left arm spinners we saw earlier today.
yes, I think those spinners were certainly embodying flight. And as I say that, Cyan Hackett, usually one of the better fielders around the park, has just made a very basic fielding error. I think he himself is not too pleased. I don't think any fielder would be.
I don't think he believes that that just happened.
Also very possible. It seems as if nobody is willing to believe it happened because of how simple it was. And flight this time from Samir Ali, the googly, going into Manick instead of turning away. Well left this time from Manick.
That was quite wide to finish off. Manik asking the question as well, but not given.
Seems as if he was given the benefit of the doubt instead.
Well, the Rainbows come back. Just see it off towards the east again.
Paya Sandy signaling the drinks break at the end of this over. Ricky Ragunanan is going to take over from where he started on the media center end. Just saw a prolonged spell from Shazad Mohammed, and a very effective one at that. Bowled very economically and also picked up a key wicket.
Generous flight from Ragunanan to begin again. No doubt wanted to entice Piti Rahman to go in big.
Well, you've seen a difference in the two styles of bowling from Ragunanan compared to Mohammed. Mohammed was just a bit flatter and more direct in terms of bowling stump to stump. Ragunanan giving it that extra bit of air. Manik coming down the crease, struck too powerfully for Ragunanan to prevent any run.
See, generally on this surface, the flatter trajectory has worked a bit more effectively than the slower and more flighted trajectory like we would have seen in Multan.
And again, Piti Ram trying to play that sweep shot. I've seen at least 3 or 4 occasions where he's played and missed. He did connect with one, and even when he connected, it wasn't the best connection to say that he middled the ball, but got a boundary for it nonetheless.
Well, all of a sudden this innings does require a lot more of him than he might have been expecting. It's only just 4 wickets down, so still resources left, but rate continuing to climb.
Driven nicely from Manik.
You can see as well is that, well, that's gonna go big. It's not gonna go all the way though, it's just one bounce to the fielder. What you can see is that they certainly have a bit more confidence than when Shazad Mohammed was bowling to Piti Ram to give him those more attacking fielders, a bit more of a spread field there for Ragunanan.
I think just the fact that he's bowling a bit slower through the air and not afraid to flight it, need to have that extra protection around the boundary in case the batsman decides to go up and over the infield. But again, smart batting prevails, not getting too enticed with the flight and just continuing to rotate the strike. 7 coming in that over. 115 for 4 in 24. So 10 overs remain, and the players will have a quick drink. We'll take a break and resume shortly. And we're back here at the National Cricket Centre for this thrilling encounter between the Flamingos and the Scarlet Ibis. And yes, I know that we are mentioning the names of birds that have a lot of significance in our national history, but in this context it refers to two cricket teams that are battling in the first game day of this under-23 tournament 2025. Samir Ali continuing from the Ataboldian end. And Justin Manik just getting a single off his first delivery of his third over. Just a reminder of the game so far. The toss was won by the Flamingos, who decided to field first. Scarlet Ibis made 229 all out, and given the fact that we have had a couple of reductions due to rain, this match at this stage means that they will need 191 for victory from 34 overs. So by virtue of that equation, it brings us down to, we are in the 25th over, so just under 10 overs remain, 9.4 overs, and the required amount of runs, 74. As I welcome back alongside me Riza Abasali in the commentary booth.
Thanks so much, Keshav. And we're looking at a very good ending here. 73 in 68 balls. Fair game. And Manik and Pittiram is striking up a partnership here. But with conditions looking quite good. There's, cloudiness, not much water on the pitch, really. I don't think so. In terms of the coverage of the pitch, covers on the pitch would have prevented any kind of soak or moisture. That probably would have helped the bowlers. The field still looks good. I don't think there's any problem with the grass, slippage and all of that stuff. So we're in for a good game, a good ending. And I think all in all, Keshav, it has been a good contest between bat and ball.
Definitely has been very even at certain points between the two teams. And Pittiram finally connects with one of those sweep shots he has been trying for the last 4 or 5 overs. And just a single added to the score, but I think that would do wonders for his confidence after playing and missing at a few. Even in this over, you saw a googly from Samir Ali that he tried to slug sweep from around off stump, but played and missed. So Pittiram definitely the more aggressive of the pair in terms of the intent he has shown thus far. And as I say that, Manik decides to go hard straight down to long off and just a single as well. So I think both batsmen realizing based on the equation that they need to increase the scoring rate. Getting a single off that last delivery. So 121 at the end of 25 overs. Just 9 overs left. Some 54 deliveries to get 70 runs.
It's probably a tall order. But Keshav, Samir Ali, as I'm seeing here, leg spin. It's a rarity right now in West Indies cricket. Leg spin googly, that is. And Australia has Lyons, who's an off-spinner, world-class off-spinner. Shane Warne, the last great leg spinner. And the only leg spinner I can remember of recent past, and I'm talking about back in probably the 2000 era, is Dinanath Ramnarine. Where has the leg spinners gone?
Well, they have been around. It's just the ability to perform and to reach to that higher level. Yannick Karaya has been around the national setup for quite some years.
Yes.
Imran Khan, the stalwart veteran.
Yes.
As Mahiz continues. And there have been a couple other young leg spinners in the setup.
But in Test cricket, West Indies Test cricket.
Well, that's the point I'm making. They
Yeah.
have to perform consistently
Hmm.
in the local, then national, then regional level
Yes.
before they can reach to that international level.
Yes.
Right now, I can mention the youngster Anil Ruplal, just 17 years of age,
Oh, Ruplal.
and who was involved in the North-South Classic. Didn't play in that match, but was called up as a member of the both squads in terms of the setup.
Yes.
And I know he has been involved with the national team in terms of being invited to some of the trainings and camps and so on. A very,
Excellent.
very promising young leg spinner. Plays for Presale Sports Club as well. And sure, we'll be looking forward to great things this season. Of course, last year in the T20 tournament, notably picking up a 5-wicket haul as we see Pittiram deciding to again continue with that aggressive intent. And swatting this one away on the leg side for 4. One bounce into the boundary.
And splitting the two deep fielders. As we talk again about leg spin, effectiveness of leg spin internationally or otherwise. Dylan was telling me who is his favorite international player. And he mentioned Rashid Khan from Afghanistan. A wonderful leg spin googly bowler. As I said, a rarity in West Indies cricket.
Pulled down from Mahis. Pulled away from Pittiram and straight into the hands of Andrew Rambaran.
Oh, that looked too
Another wicket
easy.
falls. It looked to be very docile indeed, because the way Pittiram swung at the ball, you were looking for it somewhere down to Cow Corner. And even Andrew Rambaran was signaling after he took the catch. He was pointing towards that direction, but just grabbed it out of thin air. An excellent catch there from the skipper, and leading from the front in his fielding efforts as well as with the bat, made 30 odd. And with the ball, he has been very consistent. Andrew Ram always an all-rounder, but take nothing away from the spell from Anderson Mahis as well. Now getting his second wicket, 2 for 13 in 3.4. And Pittiram with that brief cameo has to depart.
Well, Flamingos 126 for 5. I think now a bit on the disadvantaged side. And
Brings the new batsman Lemuel Matthews to the crease. Very talented all-rounder. We saw him with the ball in hand in the first innings. Picked up 2 very important wickets. Now he has the bat in hand with a job to do. And most persons might just look at his stature, tall, fast bowler, and think that he's mainly a bowler alone. But I'll have you know, last year he scored 100 as well as a couple of 50s in the Premier 1 League.
oh, very good.
So, by all means, a very, very capable batsman indeed. Has grown in stature as Matthews.
Well, he's got a big ask here right now, Matthews.
Immediately off the mark with a single. With a player who can time the ball impeccably. Doesn't really hit with much power. Sometimes the way the ball comes off his bat, you might think that it's strength. But in fact, it's a lot of timing that he uses. Of course, another youngster, as I just mentioned, Anil Ruplal, and earlier we had Aaron Banky, Lemuel Matthews, another member of the Presale Sports Club.
Oh, yes.
And Nicholas Anderson Mahis, playing with Central Sports, both clubs in the central region of Trinidad and Tobago. Nice contest there. Justin Manick, I believe he's with Merry Boys this season.
A lot of these players are associated with good clubs, expansive clubs, playing a lot of cricket right throughout. 127 for 5 and 26. It's been a good contest, and you know, back in those days, Kisha 50 over At one stage in the first 3 World Cups of the Prudential World Cup, which West Indies won the first inaugural World Cup in 1975 under Clive Lloyd, was 60 overs. And the second was 60 overs. The third was 60 overs. So I can't tell you why it was 60 overs. But I think 50 overs is really the standard. And then as obviously over time, we have gone down to 20 and 10. But what's your view on T10 cricket, Keshav, in terms of the overall skill required for that? Is it just...
As you mentioned, T10, Manik goes high and over the head of Samir Ali. He says, thank you for flighting that one into my region, and I'm going to deposit it over the boundary for 6.
T10 shot then?
Well, that's the thing. I would say that's a proper cricketing stroke. I mean, the ball was in his arc. Manik played it in the safest part of the field, which is straight behind the head of the bowler. And it wasn't really a slug. Yes, he did go down on his knees and hit it high and uppishly, but it wasn't the traditional slugs that you see in T10.
Yes, yes.
The thing is, as you mentioned, T10, there are varying thoughts on the format. I mean, it is the shortest version of the game. It has brought a lot of excitement, a lot of power hitting, a lot of different types of bowling techniques where bowlers have to be either quicker, flatter, sometimes even much slower, and encourage the batsman to try to use all of their might to hit when they really can't time the ball. And I would say that there are certain positives to the game, and there are also certain negatives to the game. It's all about everyone has their own opinion on the format, but the way I look at it is that cricket, at the end of the day, just shows you that it's a dynamic sport, continues to evolve, and it's also the sport with the most amount of variables as well. In football, you see there are 90-minute matches across the board. This new batsman, Lemuel Matthews, now comes on strike to face Samir Ali. Sure, he'll be looking forward to this contest of the leg spinner turning into him, but Samir Ali, also a thinking bowler, he'll be looking to use those googly variations, flippers, top spinners, anything to turn the ball away from Matthews, probably get a bit more purchase off of this wicket, get a bit of bounce as we have seen from some of his deliveries as well. And you see immediately the field spread, deep backward square as well as a deep mid wicket, just wider to the cow corner region.
Yes. You mentioned the armory of Samir Ali and other leg spinners like him. Shane Warne was a master of leg spin variation. As you mentioned, flippers, googlies, top spinners. Rashid Khan has a similar mode of deliveries, or potpourri of deliveries. And it's difficult to play top spin leg spin, world-class leg spin bowling. And still, a conundrum where have our leg spinners gone at top level, in West Indies cricket. So these guys, I'd like to see more of them. Sometimes they can be expensive, of course, a wrist spin. And then Keshav, left arm leg spin, or what we call Chinaman googly. Where has that gone?
Well, thankfully in the first innings we saw 2 bowlers, not one, but 2 bowlers bowling left arm wrist spin. So I think it definitely has been lacking in terms of the top international level to produce such players of that caliber and quality, but this is where it starts. This is not where it starts, but this is where it should be honed and it should be sharpened as 27 overs are completed, 137 for 5. Nothing happens overnight, especially in cricket. Everything is about development. It's about using that natural talent and applying it in the right manner to get the result that you desire. That being said, a leg spinner and a left arm wrist spinner is no easy art to master. And as you mentioned before, the likes of Yannick Karaya, Hayden Walsh have been around the regional setup for quite some time, and just yet to break into that international mold where they can maintain a consistent place in the regional team. You've seen them being used in the shorter formats more, not really much so in the longer formats. I think right now you see not just regional but global preference to the left arm orthodox.
Yes.
And
yes.
right on cue, Anderson Mahis continues in the attack.
Yes, and they're a rare breed, left arm Chinaman, in terms of international cricket also. But Tony Gray was telling me a story, former West Indies fast bowler who you know quite well. Tony Gray was playing in Pakistan back in around 86, 87. Tony Gray played a total of 5 test matches spread with Pakistan and New Zealand. And he was facing Abdul Qadir, master leg spinner and proponent of leg spin art. And he says, Reza, I could hear the fizz in that ball as it ran through the air, as it spun through the air. And Abdul Qadir was a wizard, a master of leg spin googly bowling. And it brings me to the point, and I'm not saying it is not done. These world-class players of whatever rank or file and background, video clips, all is there to examine, you know. And I'm not saying that the youngsters don't do it, but we could learn. We could certainly learn from the masters of these arts. And Abdul Qadir used the crease.
And Mahis, with his 5th dot delivery in this over, it just goes to show you the pressure and tension is building right now. He's just darting them in. He's not even bowling orthodox anymore. Just bowling Yorkers at this point. And that one was flighted. But again, you see the intensity being shown by Mahis, and that's a maiden. With just 6 overs left in the innings, he has bowled a maiden and really doing a great job for his team here, 2 for 14 after 5.
Yes, you said a maiden at this stage of the game. You know, that's a lot of pressure on the Flamingos, but you got to credit for Mahis. He's sticking that ball right down in the base of the stumps at a fairly quick hand action. And useful player, no doubt. Anderson Mahis, under 19 West Indies player, if I remember correctly. Yes. But yes, as mentioning, you know, all these players of the past, vintage past, do we take the time off to have a look on YouTube and other social media on how they perfected their craft? But I'm sure it's done. But maybe we need to get these youngsters in a forum and have players of that ilk visit, you know, often. I mean, get, you know, the great players of West Indies in forums, I would think, whether at UE or other places. Let them speak to the youngsters, not only as practitioners, but as mentors.
And Manik tries to clear the infield, but finds the fielder.
Oh my, it's a super catch.
Leonardo Julian running away to his left and just plucking that ball out of thin air. Excellent catch. He is a wicket keeper by his usual position in the outfield, so showing some of that acrobatic reflex there. And Samir Ali again strikes. Leg spin doing the trick. No risk, no reward, but it's certainly proven to be in his favor at this stage.
Less balls and more runs. So we're waiting on the next batsman who's about to come in. A lot of celebration there on the field of play for the Ibis team. So Sanka is the next batsman, tall, fast bowler. Joining Matthews. And it's going to be a mountainous task at this moment for Flamingos. 54 runs and 45 balls. Samir Ali taking a wicket in his last delivery. Spinning the ball from hand to hand. What is he up to? Sanka about to face his first delivery. Pitched up. Sanka drives it through the onside. He might get a single. Yeah, he actually does. Off the mark. 137 for 6. 28.1. So the big Matthews is on strike.
And he goes over the side screen, does Matthews. I know I mentioned it before, but I'm glad you can see it in person here, Reza. What a shot from Lemuel Matthews.
Well,
pure timing that and power.
I'm stunned. I mean, he got, like a big golf shot. Kishav, a golf shot. Picked up that delivery early.
A proper cricketing shot. I think you mean the swing resembled that of a golf swing, but it was a proper cricketing shot at that.
The swing, yes.
I did hear someone ball 4 in the background, but the ball safely over the side screen. And just goes to show you, as I was mentioning earlier, the ability of Matthews with the bat in hand. People usually classify him as a fast bowler, strictly.
Yes.
But as I said before, he does have runs under his belt in the Premier 1 division last year, and he'll be looking to continue in that fashion this year. Say a special good afternoon to Mr. Dexter Nolan as well. Ever hard-working, ever present is Dexter. Most thanks to him for having us able to play some cricket today. I must say, based on the weather yesterday, everyone was in doubt. And to reach this morning and see them out on the field, all that hard work and labor certainly paid off. A wonderful day of cricket thus far, Reza.
Well, yes, certainly the field is spread out. Lots of singles for Matthews, no doubt, but he's looking for the boundaries at this stage, of course.
Well, I think right now he would be looking to capitalize on the boundaries and probably retain the strike as much as possible. Shiva Sanka does have the ability to strike the ball as well. So, no harm in still rotating the strike, getting the singles when on offer.
Another easy single, but boundaries are required at this stage. What is Matthews going to do right now, Keshav?
Well, if Samirali decides to flight the ball in his arc again, they might have to look for another replacement. And rightfully so, he goes quicker through the air with the googly. Don't think he can risk just throwing it up again at Matthews, but concludes the end of a productive over for the Flamingos. Started off positively for the Ibis. They get a wicket on the first delivery and then conceded some runs coming to the end. So at the end of 29 overs, 147 for 6. 5 overs left in the day's play. 30 deliveries and 44 runs are required.
30 deliveries. I think Matthews obviously is the big wicket here. He's a dangerous batsman, but you can give the advantage on to the Ibis side, Ibis side. But it's not done until it's done. But I've enjoyed the cricket today. As I mentioned a couple of times, it's been a very competitive match. No doubt you may be looking at the score, but it has been keenly fought. And a good wicket, sporting wicket. And kudos, as I mentioned, to the curator. Not easy preparing wickets these days, Keshav.
Most certainly not.
You know, the kind of criticism.
And Durambaran, skipper, back into the attack at a crucial stage of the innings. Of course, bowler with the most experience in this Scarlet Ibis lineup in terms of the amount of cricket he has played recently. And driven straight back from Matthews. An appeal from Rambaran.
Did he get his hand to that?
Waiting on the umpire to signal, but he does not seem to be phased. I think he ran away in celebration, assuming that he got a touch onto it and that Shiva Sankar would have been short of his crease, but
doesn't appear so.
umpire Sandy seems just interested in retrieving the bails.
Well, Mahesh kind of signaling to Sankar, man, you're lucky there, boy.
A wicked chuckle. Again, all of these players friends on and off the field, so
good to know, good to know.
Really good spirits. Love to see the game being played.
Hoping they're going to have a glass of orange juice after the match.
I dare say so.
Oh, that's low. Has he?
That ball just zipped onto the stumps.
He's
It
bowled.
did keep low.
He's gone.
Did keep very low compared to the previous deliveries, and Matthews just in shock, and rightfully so.
Oh,
In fairness to him, Rambaran, that one seemed to be quicker through the air as well, and just pulled his fingers down on a ball. So when it pitched, remember the angle that he's bowling to Matthews at, and bowling from around the wicket to him. So his natural angle would be going across Matthews, and that ball, when it pitched, it just zipped and kept low, hence clipping the stumps, but
he had no chance.
has to go for 11. There's Matthews.
Seems he had no chance of that. Bowler just crept. And certainly advantage now. Swings to the Ibis team. And the skipper again makes the breakthrough. So we're down to 147 for 7. It's Amar Das. Rambaran setting his field for the new batsman. Most of the fielders obviously would be close to the boundary on both sides of the wicket. Square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off, to the left of long off. Cover, kind of backward point, third man, long leg.
He's bowled him again. Rambaran, 2 and 2.
What magic is Rambaran doing here?
He's just using all of that experience and intelligence that we mentioned previously. He's just showing it all on display. Subtle variations with the grip, with the seam and the angle of delivery from Rambaran. He's beating the batsman, all ends up. And Amrit Das has to go without scoring. First delivery. And not a favourable sight for any new batsman coming to the crease when you see the likes of Andrew Rambaran with ball in hand.
Well, that could mean at this stage the Flamingos' wings have been clipped.
Well, let's hope not. Because there is still a fighting chance as long as there's a batsman in the wicket. One thing that I've learned in this game of cricket is never to say that a game is over until the last delivery is bowled. And Ranilsta Pereira, strong, strapping lad.
Well, Rambaran is on a hat-trick, isn't he?
He is. It's a battle of the left-arm orthodox spinners here. Pereira, left-arm orthodox himself, now having to face the Rambaran. And let's see if he is able to navigate this hat-trick delivery.
Left arm around the wicket.
I would say just be mindful of these 2 deliveries Rambaran has remaining and try to take the attack from the other end. It's driven nicely, the first ball. Gets a single. Rambaran just too full with that hat-trick delivery. Probably trying to go for the Yorker.
Well, Ibis is in control right now, no question about it. And the skipper is showing the way. 3 wickets for 22 runs.
And Shiva Sankar. Flighted. So Shiva Sankar just playing that last delivery. Not getting any runs off of it, which means that Pereira would retain the strike for the 31st over.
Light is still good, despite some still blue skies around. More so grayish around the bluish, the blue. And sort of anti-climax, but never say die until you die.
2 wickets left. 42 required in 24. And Mahes pulls that one down. And Pereira pulls it away to the boundary. I'm not too sure what Mahes was trying to do there. That was probably the quickest delivery he has bowled in his entire spell. And badly lined into the pads of Pereira, allowing him to use those broad shoulders and just pull it away to the leg side for a welcome boundary. So a 4 to start the over. 38 and 23.
He's just dropping too short there. You gotta pitch it up, but not too full.
flights on that occasion. Pereira not getting all of it, but still gets a single. Sanka really needs to get a boundary as well. Don't want to leave the pressure on just one batsman.
Short and quick. It's it down to long off for a single. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries.
It's the name of the game. It's what they need.
That's short.
And pulled away again from Pereira. It lands just inside the rope. Just waiting on confirmation, and umpire Sandy signals 4. But that bounced right inside of the boundary rope. Could have easily gone for 6. And almost a deja vu of the first boundary that Pereira struck in the over, where the ball was pulled down flatter, quicker, into the leg side, and he just swiveled. And now you see a field change where a fielder has placed that deep backward square leg. And plays this into the gap with Sofans, gets 1, looks for 2, but Mahes with some excellent work. The bowler chasing the ball, picking it up and throwing before he even hit the ground. And Leonardo Julian reaching by the stumps with some alert backing up. So intense finish here. 31 and 19. By all means, it's still a gettable equation.
Over the 2 wickets inside. Can be a Herculean task for these 2 batsmen to get over the line.
All it takes is 2 more boundaries and that equation comes close to a runner ball.
160 for 8. 30.5.
And Sanka sweeps down to the backward square. The fielder was called into the circle as Pereira was off strike. But the fielder deep at wicket comes around and they just get 2. But a profitable over for the Flamingos there. 10 plus runs coming off of it. 162 for 8 in 31. 18 deliveries left. 29 runs needed.
29 and 18. Couple of 6s by Pereira needed, as well as Sanka. Is it Rambaran going to continue? There is a huddle. Keshav, I must say, of course, coming down to the end of this match, want to thank you and Dylan for according me this seat next to you guys. And it's been a splendid debut on my part, I must say, as a commentator, not as a writer or a sportscaster hosting television shows in the past. I've enjoyed it, and I thank both of you guys for making me comfortable and drawing from your experience. Learning is always a constant thing.
Rambaran continues, tucked away from Pereira, and just a single. Looking for one on the backup, but nothing available. And by all means, Riza, definitely welcome. I think a majority of the thanks has to, in fact, go to Mr. Mamchan himself, who affords all of us these opportunities. Definitely grateful to have the privilege of being part of this wonderful team, and also to our executive producer, Mr. Jason Passad.
Yes.
Had to go to multiple venues today. ensuring that production was ongoing. And as we reach the conclusion of this game, I must say it's been a wonderful day for sport all around, as we have been streaming this game here live at the National Cricket Center, as well as the match at Gilbert Park in California. Also, cricket is ongoing in Tobago as we speak. And Cricket 360 and 360 TV was in action at all of these locations. I believe Jason just came from football as well.
Wow.
So it just goes to show you the multifaceted nature of the company, as Rambaran continues to be very economical, as they'll push for two. Oh, close attempt at the run out, with Sanka on his bike, just speeding back to the non-striker's end. At 24 in 15, hitting ever so close. Again off Rambaran. All they need to do is to just get the singles, the ones and twos, and target the other bowlers for the boundaries. And Hackett preventing any single. A dot ball is golden at this stage, continuing to build that pressure.
Yes, thank you, Vinud Mamcham.
Pereira cuts in the air over the field at backward point, but deep cover is coming across. And just two. But you see the impact that Pereira has had since he's come to the crease. He's not wasting any time. 16 off 9. Exactly the sort of cameo that they need at this stage. He just needs to carry on. A 4 or 6 will do great. And pulls that away, but to that fielder at square leg, and there's no run. 32 completed, 169 for 8. Just 2 overs left. 12 deliveries. 22 runs.
22 in 12. Advantage bowling side. What do you think?
I think at this stage, I would say on paper, it's advantage bowling side. Given how cricket is played, anything can happen. Bear in mind, when Pereira came to the crease, you thought it was all over. We thought we would not even reach to the stage.
Yes.
And look at where we are now. Still have 2 wickets in hand. 22 runs needed of 2 overs, which is by no means an impossible feat. Average 10 runs and over. 1 boundary per over, and the rest in singles. You put some pressure on the fielding team. Can get some free runs if they give away any extras, whether it be through bowling, whether it be from misfields, overthrowing, backing up. Anything is possible. And alternatively, for the batting team, if the fielders and the bowlers can get a couple of consecutive dot deliveries, or just restricting them to singles only, they would frustrate the batsman, try to force them into play in a rash shot, can lead to a wicket. Anything can happen. And just to give you an update from the match that took place at Gilbert Park, California, the Masqueraders won by 7 wickets via the Duckworth-Lewis system, chasing a target of 143 for 3. Match was reduced to 30 overs after Hummingbirds made 229 for 7 in their 50. Anderson Mahias continues. Sanka, like a bullet.
It's half a chance, was it?
I dare say, I'm glad that he got his fingers out of the way, because that could have gone horribly wrong. But yes, in professional level, it would be considered a chance. But what about the fielding attempt from Cyan Hackett on the boundary? Sprinting and diving to ensure just a single. Pereira backing away. And again, just a single. Mahis bowling superbly into his 7th over.
Spearing that ball into the toes of Sanka. Bowling side has the advantage.
And Sanka tries to go over the fielder, deep cover. He tries to catch it. Does he get it?
Oh my gosh.
What a catch.
He's caught it from outside.
Ronda Logan. That was going for 6. He jumped in the air as the ball reached his hands. Just parried it forward. Dived back into the boundary. And took the catch tumbling forward.
Catches win matches.
That's an excellent fielding attempt there. And as we were just saying, the game can easily turn on its head by a moment of brilliance. And there you have it. A moment of brilliance in the field. If he did not take that catch and it went for 6, it would have been in the batting team's favor. So one delivery can change the entire scope of the game. And now it's just 1 wicket remaining. 20 runs required. 9 deliveries. Ryan Bandu comes to the crease. The young left arm wrist spinner.
Top class catch. It was going for 6. To bring that ball back from outside to inside in one motion.
He literally jumped in the air and pulled the ball back in as if it was a sort of a volleyball move. Or even basketball. Anything requiring you to jump at that height and push the ball back into the boundary ropes. Bandu doesn't get any connection. It's a cuffed shot.
Last wicket for Flamingos.
Looking for 2, but not an offer. I don't think they'll take any chances by Ronda Ramlogan after that fielding attempt. And Pereira, this time, goes to that long on area. See Leonardo Julian sprinting in with the ball. He's not letting it go, it's Julian. And he reaches to the wicket to ensure that there's no second run. Still keeping the excitement as we approach the last over of play. 19 needed, 6 deliveries. All to play for. And Pereira retaining the strike with that single.
19 and 6. 2 6s and a boundary. Will give you 16. So they need more than that.
And the umpire is just asking what's going on, because we are approaching that time limit for the game to end. In fact, I think it's already a bit past that, but given a bit of discretion, as we still have light, it's the last over, and also the brief interruptions we had, which accumulated, these couple of rain delays throughout the course of the day. I think the main decision here is who's going to bowl the last over.
As Pereira facing, would we see the pyrotechnics from Pereira?
So Shazad Mohammed is given the ball. Shazad, who has had a very economical spell thus far in this game. So definitely not a bad option. You just wonder about the matchup, as he's a right-hand off-spinner bowling to the right-handed Pereira, who would be hitting to his favored leg side with the natural movement of the ball.
Well, the field is obviously spread out. 19 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the boundary. Both on the off and on side. So let's see what Shazad Mohammed will do. Nothing to lose.
He has to pull one back into the ring because only 5 are allowed outside, and he does that. He pulls the backward square into the ring. So there's a cow corner, a long on. That's wide, a long on. That's very straight, almost behind the bowler, a long off, and a deep cover. Pereira goes
Big.
down to the cow corner and over the head of the fielder. So that's 6 number 1. Running stop Pereira has started the final over with a bang.
Can't sing yet. Set it 2 6s and a 4 and more. Started off big with that delivery.
And he does have the ability to continue hitting those boundaries once.
I think we have to revise.
So Pereira on strike. I think we were just given some updated information in terms of the target. As in just 6 required. This is up in the air, but it goes down to Leonardo Julian at long off. And he takes the catch quite comfortably. He's not going to drop that. And they get the final wicket. Pereira goes. You can see as he played that shot, he actually slipped. And Shazad Mohammed is being lifted in the air in celebration. And Leonardo Jr. is going to carry him into the dressing room. Look at the jubilance from all of these youngsters. It's really amazing to see after a long, hard-fought day of cricket, they can still keep that excitement and that energy after the final delivery is bowled. Pereira, he really did a great job for his team in the end with that brief cameo. He had all of us at the edge of our seats and just waiting to see the final result. But just one slip, and that ball went into the air, and a comfortable catch taken by Julian in the end. So Shazad Mohammed gets another wicket, and the Scarlet Ibis take victory in this encounter in the first day of matches in the TTCB Under-23 Cup.
What a great outcome. 6 needed for the revised figure. And Shazad Mohammed does the trick. He doesn't need any transport. I mean, Leonard Julian will carry him wherever he wants to go. Picking him up and swirling him all over the field. But it has been a terrific game, no doubt. And the players come out in a line, handshaking, pleased with the outcome. It's getting dark right now, almost 10 to 6. It's a wonderful day and evening of cricket despite the 1 or 2 interruptions of the rain.
Yes, definitely. And we want to say congrats to the Northeast Scarlet Ibis, claiming victory against the Central Southwest Flamingos, and also, as you mentioned previously, the North Tobago Masqueraders claiming victory over the Southeast Hummingbirds in the encounter at Gilbert Park. So after a wonderful day of cricket and a wonderful day of production on all ends, we'd like to say thank you from the Cricket 360 family, and we look forward to you joining us for continued coverage of this TTCB Under-23 tournament. Just a reminder that the next round of matches takes place on January 22nd, then January 24th, and the final on January 26th. So stay tuned